use it anymore. I don't know.
And I'm no help here. I'm just a simple GM.
I'm just gonna mute it.
Nope. Kaiser says sound. Yep.
Okay, cool.
There it is.
There we go.
He says, I heard Pop-Tart and Cece now.
Yay.
Yeah.
Everything's fixed.
There we go. I think we got it.
Okay, so...
for the fucking win, man.
Yep. Okay, so the TLDR of what just happened that y'all missed when we didn't have any sound. Kana got a letter. Kana got a letter. Kana got a letter. Okay, I'm gonna stop in case it's like a thing. Kana got a letter from her dad that said, hey, yo, come work the family business. You ready? And she was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that. And now the party was talking about it and going, really? Well, okay. And they did some rolls and found out some more info about his mercenary group, which is the Iron Flowers, which are pretty well respected, but there's something about them that they didn't quite roll high enough to know the something. But close. So they know there's like a vibe.
Yeah.
And that's what you've missed on Thanks for Playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they're getting ready to go out and, do the stuff.
So, yay!
Anyway.
Alright. Anyways, back to where we were.
Yes.
Well, I don't blame her for going. It sucks to lose her. But, I understand as well.
Yeah. I just hope...
will miss that.
I'll miss her too. I just hope that she stays safe and is happy.
Well, I hope we stay safe and are happy because we're going to miss that big stick she likes to swing around. So, this doesn't get easier.
No, it doesn't.
And with that, Grogan hops up into the wagon, licks the reins at Yuri.
Sakura will get on the horse that she acquired.
I'm gonna get in the wagon and start working on stuff.
And with that, and all your various boyos going, yep, good, good, good. Because he's like that. You all depart for the copse of trees.
Yay! I just realized what you guys are doing.
Oh, do you think I was clapping?
No, but it just took me a while.
Okay.
Dear pen, please work. Anyway, so off and away.
Yay.
It will take you guys a couple days to get there, as you know, with all your various boyos. Oh.
I got a 17 to forge the first night, but we've got to feed an extra 6 dudes today.
Yep.
So that's 17. So that would be.
I will also do. It's survival, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Food helps you survive.
It is 16 that I got.
Nice. So that's 4 from you and 4 from me. That's 8. I think we need one more.
Survival?
Well, you should have 6 guys plus the 3 of y'all.
Yeah. So we had 8. We need one more.
Yep.
Do we have a hunter coming out with us?
Yeah, Tino's with us.
Well, yeah. That's true. I could roll. I don't have a particular block.
I have a 0 to survival. I'm pretty sure I ain't getting shit if I roll.
As long as you get above a 10, that's all we need.
He got.
Fair.
I'm assuming a +1 since he's done some hunting, and I got 16 on the die. So.
Okay.
Nailed it. Sweet.
So yeah, y'all are good.
Do I need to roll spellcraft? To make scrolls.
So.
Do
Good.
you have the scribe? Do you have the scribe scroll feat?
Yes. I think.
Then no,
Yes. No, I don't? Okay.
I don't believe so.
You create a scroll of any spell that you know. Scribing a scroll takes 2 hours if its base price is 250 gold GP or less. Otherwise, scribe scroll takes 1 day for each 1,000. Scribe scroll, you must use up raw material costing half of the base price. Which I have parchment and stuff. Okay, cool. Did not know.
Blue. I was changing pen ink.
I'm blue, da ba dee da
Dee da
ba
ba
da
da
da ba dee da.
It's better than it was yesterday. Yesterday I appeared to, like, by hand disembowel a Smurf.
Oh no.
So, just like. Anyway. So, let's see if you guys encounter anything tonight.
Oh, we get less sleep now too. I got a 22, but I'm not up first. Sorry, that would be Slate.
I got an 8.
Get this die out. Because the nice thing is, this protects them and keeps them all nice and snug. The problem is, it protects them and keeps them all nice and snug.
What was the last thing I said? Okay.
I'm definitely not letting any of these banditos pull guard shifts.
No. Wild guess. I kind of assumed.
Not even letting Jihad.
Right.
No, buddy.
Nothing on first shift. Well, might be something on second shift, though.
I got a 22.
Maybe scroll down. Okay. That happen. One moment, please. Do 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 do.
Spells are grease.
Do 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 do. Come on, load.
How long
Open
did we
the thing.
travel today?
Through one hex.
Through one hex?
Yeah, since these are cleared and you're not exploring, it takes you just 1 day to get through a hex.
Okay, so trying to figure out how many spell scrolls I made.
You would have had probably 12 hours of travel time. 14 maybe.
Takes 2 hours
you
to
choose?
make it.
6 or 7.
So 6 or 7. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. I'll say 6.
Okay. Second hour we have it, and what is the thing?
I've replaced the ones I've used, which is what I wanted to do, was replace the ones I already used.
Oh.
And then I have 2 extra of the other 2. For the group.
That's ironic. Rogan, you notice something stirring in the night and you realize it's one of the guys getting up for a late night pee. Because that's how I'm going to roll that, because...
That is my mess. There it is. I got a
And
24 on my shift.
nothing happens on that shift.
Okay.
So, yeah, you guys have lower chance of anything happening since this is now an explored hex, just for clarification.
Gotcha.
So, that's why I'm doing kind of double rolls, is does something happen, yes or no, and then what is the thing that happens? Is how I'm doing it.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, otherwise pretty quiet night. But yeah, at one point you kind of like, you hear something, you're like, what the hell's that? And it just turns out it's like Tony getting up to pee. So.
Oh, Tony.
Oh, Tony. Of course it was you.
You almost died.
That is not the first time I've heard that.
Don't scare me like that.
Well, how would you like me to scare you?
I don't know if that's your flavor, my friend.
Fair enough. Good night. He goes back to his sleep roll. So, calendar page. Go back to my calendar page. Okay, so the 20th, y'all left.
Yes.
So now you're on the 21st, and you're
First.
left on
At the
the
copse of trees.
Soon to be Silk Hollow.
do.
Can you put us on the map?
Well,
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, where? God damn it,
For
where is
my-
that?
why,
There.
yes, I can.
Yeah.
Alright. Smashing.
Map. So this first day you got here. Now you're on the second day. So towards the end of the second day, you will
We would
reach.
get there. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would have 6 more spells.
Cheers.
I'll have 4 for them to use. Or no. I'll have 8 for them. Of each.
We need to forage some food along the way.
Yep.
Don't drop my. Oh. Well, we have food. I rolled a nat 20.
Good, because I rolled a 2.
Yeah, no problem.
Tony also rolled a nat 20.
Ooh.
Let's go.
So Tony is helpful.
It's like we found 2 deer on the plains or something. We have
Yeah.
food.
Yeah, I will legit say that gives you a little surplus that you can leave with them to help.
Get them
Get them
started.
started.
Yeah. That's how we'll roll that. That means you have some extras that they'll be able to like hang and dry and whatnot.
There's my
Noise.
Pop-Tart.
Cool. Thank you.
I replaced and then added a lock gaze and a snowball just in case.
But yeah, I'll say with the double nat 20s, basically you feed them and then the rest of it will be
For the little bit of time.
yeah, that'll cover them in case things are,
Nice.
not ideal. Given that it's
Winning.
winter. Yeah. So he seems pretty proud of himself. Especially since the deer is almost bigger than he is, for he is a slight lad. At the tender age of 19.
Yep.
Oh, Tino. You said
Yeah.
Tony.
Sorry, Tino. Tino's your hunter. My apologies.
Yes. It's okay.
Totino's pizza rolls, yeah.
Totinos.
Yes.
He's our little pizza roll.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, little pizza roll over there. Manages to get a deer about the same size that you do. But of course, you are a bigger man than he is in more ways than one. So he's pretty proud of himself for dragging this thing around.
He drags his into camp, and I have mine over my shoulders. Just
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He is not as strong as he might like to be, but hey, you know what? He drags it all by himself.
deer is a deer is a deer. All right.
And he took it down, which was the important part.
Yes. All right. Cool. So when we get to the copse of trees,
Yeah, this would be
after
a bit
dragging,
before sunset, but the sky's
after
still
dragging
clear.
these deer back in, and we're getting the campfire going, and we're gutting them and cleaning them.
Yeah.
Grogan will approach Cullen.
Up and set up the tents and hammering things into the ground and whatnot.
Yep. So, Cullen, right?
Aye.
Tell me a bit about yourself. I realize I know very little about a guy that I'm leaving in charge of other people.
That's because there isn't much to know. What was that?
Well, enlighten me. What is there to know?
Does muscle for a few years in Brevoy. Job went sideways. No fault of mine. But went to hassle someone who shouldn't have been hassled. Headed down here. Not a lot of job opportunities, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's the story of the last decade.
Well, I hope you find some respite here.
Me too.
The rest of them seem to look up to you.
I beat
Is
them when they
that,
need beating. And I don't when they
well,
don't.
At least they know where they stand, right?
Yes, about a foot that way. Because, like, he's meeting your eye. He's a tall boy. He is a big, tall man.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah, because he's broader than you by about double.
Have you spoken with Jihad at all?
Passingly. I think his
What are your
ideals are... I had a feeling you were going to ask. He seemed like crack like a half, like, smirk, like just one corner. He doesn't smile, but it's like tick.
I mean,
good.
understand where I'm coming from. I don't want you two to be at each other's throats.
Not going to be a problem.
Good.
I can work with him.
Good.
He's just tender around the edges.
I get the feeling from him he's a little rougher than we give him credit for.
When he starts acting like it, we'll address it.
This will be good for both of you. Help me out, Cullen. Help me understand the two that we left behind.
Simply, Colin is a bootlicking coward, and Haps is an opportunist. He's not stupid, but he's always looking for the next opportunity.
If I'm able to convince him to change his profession, do you want him here, or should I find another place for him?
He'd need more stimulation than he would find here.
Fair enough.
He's good with numbers, by the way. You might ask him why.
Okay. Noted. Noted. And Colin, is he worth the time?
No. Most of us here joined for lack of opportunity, force, because we're dumb. He joined to save his own skin, which is fair enough. I like mine right where it is, on my body. But there's something about him that sets me on edge. Call it weasel, if you will.
Okay. Okay. I hope
wouldn't-
things go well.
I would not be surprised if he took the first opportunity to run.
I was actually thinking about giving it to him. And if I find him with the remnants of the rest of the Stag Lord's crew, I'll kill him myself.
Fair enough.
If he takes his opportunity to run, he can leave to the four winds.
He's no great loss. Not a bad cartographer, but not worth the bullshit. Milty's better. He's not quite as detailed, but he wants to be here, and he can learn better art.
We take what we can get where we find it. So how many more are there under the Stag Lord's control?
Hard to say. We weren't privy to most of that. If I had to guess, based off talks that I've heard over the time, too many. Gotta figure we had between 6 and 12 here by ourselves. Cressel has at least that many. I know the Stag Lord, by word, has at least a few additional members in charge, and each of them is going to have a unit underneath.
Who is this Cressel?
Cressel was guard captain, if you will. We were the dispensable day shift. Haps was an elder guard on top of that, but no one of real worth. But he answered to the guard captain, which would be Cressel.
So there's multiple levels of hierarchy here.
I've heard tell of some lieutenants. I haven't had the pleasure, but I've heard names.
While we're having this conversation, a 19-sense motive, just to see what kind of his facial features. Does it look like there's a tell? Is it authentic?
He's a hard guy to read just in general. You rolled high enough that you can, but just in general, you get that vibe immediately that like he's very like stoic, and that makes him hard to read. He's got a hell of a poker face. But with a 19, it's not easy to earn his loyalty. What you're doing here has definitely solidified some of that. It's not that he was disloyal before. He wasn't likely to run back. But giving your word and following through on it and showing action, he's being pretty straightforward with you. He's telling you what he knows.
This Cressel character,
Hmm.
is she reasonable to deal with?
Depends on the mood. She's capable. She gets her job done. Maybe a little too enthusiastically. She's definitely subscribed to the Stag Lord's word and believes him.
And forgive me, I'm very new here.
Understandable.
What is the Stag Lord's big calling? What does he claim to be and do?
The destined king of the stolen lands. You'll hear that pretty common. Off to the west, there's the River Kingdoms. And he's not the first, and he won't be the last bandit to lay claim. Not all the bandits are straightforward. Some of them wear fancy pants. But he claims that he will be the bandit king of the stolen lands and bring forth a land of acceptance and equality. No nobility, no taxes, none of that bullshit in Brevoy.
Random conjecture here, because I know most organizations of hierarchy. I take it whatever you all gained in strong-arm taxation, you had to give a tithe at some point to Cressel, who probably then had to give a tithe to the Stag Lord.
Oh, we gave everything.
Oh,
and
no
then
taxes.
We gave everything, and then we'd be paid an equal share. You see the flaw in the logic.
Still sounds like taxation.
You don't say. But not everyone is. Not everyone is educated.
Yeah, that's fair. Multiple levels of hierarchy, yet everybody's equal.
Of course.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as.
But that, of course, is a matter of trust, or so they say. Trust and ability to get you rewarded.
Colin, what do you know of pirates?
enough to avoid them. The ones in Port Ice
sure.
are nasty.
I'm sure. Yes, that's okay. Fair. Yeah. Pirates that I have encountered on the seas legitimately share everything evenly. It almost is a guarantee to prevent mutiny. Your bandit king does not sound that way.
But he thinks he is. And he's just persuasive enough to convince people who can persuade other people that he is. That's where Cressel comes in.
Well, if she's as useful as you claim her to be, better to not kill people like that. Better to make them useful. Hopefully she'll see some logic.
Stupid. Just has faith. If you can break the faith, uncover the eyes, she might come around. That is, if Oleg doesn't murder her first.
Oh, really? Has he tried?
Not yet, but he swore if she ever came back, he would.
He's got a pretty nasty limp for a man throwing threats around.
The nasty limp is because of Cressel.
Well, I can understand the desire for vengeance, but if she got the best of him once already and now he's lame, what does he expect to do now?
From what I recall, she could have taken the hand. He was reaching for her weapon. She was making threats. He wanted to defend himself. But instead of using the axe in her hand to shorten his reach, she kicked his injury. I say that's mercy.
Well, I can buy that logic.
I wouldn't say in front of him, though. Because I like my skin where it is.
Well, pride is a fatal flaw for many a man. Well, let's get this tent up and running. Don't need you boys freezing.
I agree. I hate the cold. Like shrugs, like his fur kind of up on his shoulders a little more.
And Grokon will get back to work.
I want to go find Jihad during all this.
Easy enough to find. He is setting up his own tent and helping out, helping kind of arrange them so they're, kind of in a good way. Away from wind.
I'm sure we're inside the tree line.
I assume so.
Because if we were from a safety and security perspective,
Right.
carving out a glen, not a glen, but like a gap of trees within a forest, right?
Yeah, maybe a little nook.
Yeah, so like if we felled the trees right there, we wouldn't have to drag them a super far distance. Plus, you could use the tree line as a windbreak.
Yeah, and that's basically what he's doing. He's trying to help arrange the tents kind of circular, so that way it's got better wind prevention.
Yeah.
He's definitely done this before.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm gonna approach him and be like, "Hey, Jihad, I'd like to talk to you for a minute."
Oh, of course.
And I'll step over the side away from the others for a moment.
And he'll kind of wipe his hands a bit and walk over with you. What can I help you with?
I have noticed that you have some spell-like capabilities in the way you wear yourself. Because, obviously. And he's going to pull out 16 scrolls. Yeah, he's like, I want you to use these in order to help with this build. And he'll hand them over to him to look at them. They're
they're from my own spell list, and I assume you are able to hopefully use them. If not, let me know.
As he's kind of looking through them, he's like, "No, I think I've got most of these."
I figured this would be better for you to save your spells in case something bad happens.
For which I'm grateful.
Hopefully they'll be of use. I don't know how long we're staying here, so I'll definitely be using my own spells as well for this, but figured this could help when we leave. We'll need it.
That'll be a great help. Assuming the current plans, it'll take us a month or two to really get anything like a house. But it'll keep them working.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for in the long run. I have a question for you.
All right.
What all do you know about Mayeen and Sakura?
Well, I've certainly noticed there's a bit of a spark between them.
I've kind of noticed that as well.
The way Sakura looks at him. Yeah, the way Sakura looks at him. Some.
I'm not talking in that fact, though. Just
Fair enough.
about them.
Not a lot, to be frank. I seem to have unintentionally offended Mrs. Svetlana, at one point, and after that, well, we didn't become friends, suffice to say. I haven't gotten a chance to know him hardly at all.
Okay.
Interesting.
They made it very clear from the get-go. The group of them, not just anyone in particular. Not you, but they made it fairly clear that I was not open arms welcome, I think is a good way to put it. I was tolerated, but perhaps not welcome.
That is, sad to hear. But, good information to know in the long run.
I can't entirely blame them if they think I gave some grave insult to a friend of theirs. I just wish I knew a way to make amends, and perhaps this might be that way.
You're very right. This definitely could be a way to make amends. I do, however, hope that maybe eventually they will come around and speak to you. Hopefully figure out where that blurred line is.
I hope so. We're all going to be needed for this community to function.
Yeah, definitely a thing that's needed within kingdoms. I think that's it for the moment. I just wondering if it's worth working with them at this moment, and I'm just kind of weighing my options at this point.
I would say a bit rough around the edges. It seems you and Mr. Grokhan are a bit more used to a traveling lifestyle. And I don't think they did much of that. But I think they're willing to learn it. There'll just be some growing pains along the way. And as you've seen, we might lose a few sheep along the way. But that's what the dogs are for. Round up the remainders, keep them safe.
Yeah, you're right. Hopefully this will all work out and we won't have anything too deterring, I guess, from the plans. I know that Sakura has a lot of things she wants to do. I have a lot of things I want to do, and Grokhan's got a lot of things he wants to do.
I'm sure Mr. Mayeen has a list of his own.
I haven't had many conversations, so while he's gone, I've been just trying to figure out if there's anything I need to know about him. Though I did get some information from Kana Ko. I'm just curious at this point. Because we already have a group kind of at a fault in trying to figure out where everybody fits.
Understandable. Everybody's got to have a role to fill.
Yep.
And not knowing one of your players very well means that the game is a little hard to understand the rules.
It definitely is. But thank you. I will keep that in mind.
And if you need anyone to talk to at any point, my flap anyway, it's always open.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
You have a good night now.
You as well.
And he goes back to his tent.
So once all the tents have been set up and all that's taken care of before nightfall hits, Zokora is going to try to get Milty and Cullen together as she unfolds the map that she's been.
You mean Milty and Cullen? Cullen's not here.
I thought that's what I said. Cullen.
I'm double checking because Cullen. I'm just making sure I'm hearing right. That's all.
The person who's going to be in charge of these guys and the map makers.
Like I said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing right. It's my own fault for naming one guy Colin and one guy Cullen. Like, it's my fault.
No, it's okay.
So,
it's okay.
Did that factor into why Colin maybe is a little disloyal? No. No, literally, I rolled for him. But also, I'm not heartbroken.
But she's gonna call them over and just show them the map that she's been kind of trying to detail at least some points of interest. It's not going to be as good as something that Milty would probably do. I figured now that we're here, it would probably be best to let you know what we found out. Things that might be of interest to you is that, there are some places like around here in Show Point to the Berry Patch that you could get some food, and there's a hunter's hide over here. It doesn't seem to be much use. When we came upon it, there was a family of raccoons living in it. But if you need to send people out for hunting, it's at least a place that they can take cover for if they're going to be out for more than a day. The biggest thing, when we came across this copse of trees, they were kind of filled with spiders. Average size, small spiders, but there were a lot of them.
Fair enough.
But down here, and she'll point to where they found the spider's nest, we came across a rather large, actually quite giant size spider. It actually had made a hole in the ground and set up...
Trapdoor.
Yeah.
Nasty creatures. We lose a few of them every year.
We
Or lose a few of them, I should say.
We took care of the one that was down here. It doesn't seem like there were any more in the area, but this seems to be an area very... Just be careful if you're going down south. The areas that we covered and she'll point to the other areas didn't really seem to have much as far as like creature dangers, though we did seem to have some rock activity. At least came down and grabbed some livestock, so keep an eye to the sky.
But how would a rock come down and Cullen just puts a hand on Milty's shoulders no, it's a big bird. Oh, to grab that. That is a big bird. Understood. My apologies.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was around for any other possible dangers. You guys from the area more than I am, so I'm sure that you know all the other weird things that go on, especially
There's weird shit in the woods.
there's also trolls and wargs.
Sounds about right.
So just be careful.
I just assume if there's anything shitty that lives in the woods, it's probably in our woods. Makes it less surprising when you hear about them.
It does. I just want to make sure that you're as well informed as I can possibly make you.
It's appreciated.
Is there. Well, I mean, apparently Restov is that way, and the fort's still, close by, so if you need anything.
We'll handle it, Miss Sakura.
You know. I just. I just want to make sure. I feel like I've dropped the ball a bit, so I'm trying to do what I can.
Fair enough.
But, and she'll kind of fold up the map and hand it over to Milty. No, it's not the best, but if you wanted to copy the notes and whatnot,
Oh, I could certainly try to get that done this evening.
Yeah.
Next day or so, assuming you don't leave first thing in the morning.
I don't think that was the plan. We did want to help, at least get you
Oh,
started.
good. I'm not much of a lifter. And like a little P shape, like. Boop.
You're not the only one. She takes a moment and she looks at Milty. If you'd like, I mean, as much as I want to help with the physical work, I worry I might get in the way more, but I could teach you a bit with cooking if that would help. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in, but knowing my strength is one thing and cooking's the best thing that I can do.
From what I understand, that's not going to be my assignment, and I'm not much of a cook anyway.
Okay.
You might talk to Father Jihad about that, though. I think he's taken on that duty.
Oh. She takes a moment, knowing that he's not very spice oriented and whatnot. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my job's mostly going to be to get the small materials to, picking out the little bits that'll be needed.
There's nothing wrong with that. Speaking of, to keep an eye out in spring, and she'll take the map back and show him where the herbs that they found were. This could be of help to you guys, especially. I mean, we harvested what we could find when we were there before, but there should be more in spring.
And when that comes, maybe we could set up a little herb garden. That'd be nice. I like gardening.
Oh. She takes a moment then and holds up a finger and then hurries up back to where she had her bag, and after a few moments of rifling, she'll come back, and it's a handkerchief that's folded up a couple of times. I was gonna save this until spring. There are seeds that I brought so that when we struck ground, we could plant something that would last for years, to celebrate, the start of something new. I'm not sure where I'll be come spring, but would you plant them for me? Actually, let me double check. I believe they're apple seeds.
I'd be delighted.
Yep, they are apple seeds. And there are 6 of them.
Food and a tradable crop. Nice.
Be delighted. And obviously, trees go pretty good around here, so I think they'll do pretty well.
Yeah. Especially, and she kind of looks at all the trees that surrounding them. I mean, if these are the only trees we found in quite some time away from the forest, so, the soil should be fertile for it.
And I plan to grab any sort of seeds these produce as well, to try to replant some of it. Good karma, but also, more trees is a good idea if we're gonna settle around here a bit.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't hurt. It's not quite as safe as in the forest. Well, it's not safe in the forest to do logging, and maybe you could use that and make like a little tree farm to produce wood and sell and trade with.
At least it would get big enough to start trading lumber.
Mm-hmm.
Keep us busy in the meantime.
Of course.
That's what the future's all about, I always say it's growing gardens that you'll never get to see for your kids and stuff, and, well, I get to see this one.
Mm-hmm.
That's good enough.
And at least it will be a better place than, how we found it.
Sure.
For the children.
No.
I mean.
Yeah, I don't think my kids would be into spiders either.
Hey.
Colin kind of looks down, it's like, do you want children, Milty? Oh yeah, I'd settle down someday, maybe have a good night. Good. I'd like a lady. And maybe some kids. But only after all the adventure. At first I gotta have a worthwhile adventure so I have something on offer. You know what I mean?
I'm starting to understand that. Priorities, right?
Priorities. I got plenty of time to settle down. I got years of manly virility and... No, you're getting carried away now, Milty. Well, nonetheless, when time's right. But I'll get started on that map.
Yep, just let me know when you're done.
Will do. Nicole just kind of gives nod, still looking at Milty like, you want to get laid? What the fuck? Is there a woman that won't break you?
She'll after Milty leaves, she'll kind of turn to Cullen. I know that the guys look up to you, and I know that you'll do everything that you can to keep them safe. Thank you for that.
As long as they don't do anything too dumb. It's not that hard.
The good boys.
Most of them. He's a little questionable sometimes. He like jerks his chin towards where Tony is like by firelight.
Tony's a good guy though.
You say so.
He might not seem it, but his heart's in the right place.
Worries me.
If you guys need anything, let us know.
Will do.
And she'll kind of very stiffly kind of hold out her hand, you know, to shake his, and like
Stare
really
for a minute.
awkward about it.
You've never done this before, have you?
No, I'm trying to learn.
And like his hand almost engulfs yours. He is a big man. But like you can feel like he goes like shake it, and he's like loosens up a little bit.
And
Keep working on it.
I'm gonna.
You both just like, I'm gonna go now.
Yeah, that was super awkward. I'm gonna go ahead now. But
all right. So, the night wears on. It's quiet, not a lot of noise, given, still fucking cold outside.
Yeah.
Amazing how that works. I was gonna say there's cricket chirps, but there's not, because it's cold. Weirdly enough, not into it. On this day, it's now calendar page.
I believe it's the 20.
It's the deuce.
Calendar page. There you go. Gimme. Yeah, it gets down to like 36 that night. It's chilly. Oh, but it's the winter solstice. Good day to do things. It is also Crystal Hue, Ritual Stardust, the Reminiscence, Harmattan Revel, the Candlemark Days of Wrath, and the Long Dark Night. None of which have anything to do with any of your religions, which is why I didn't mention it previously.
Yeah.
During Grokon's shift on guard duty that night, he's gonna normally he just kind of sits in the wagon and keeps an eye on stuff. He doesn't really get out and walk around much, but this night, because we're into the copse of trees, he will walk to the edge of them.
Okay.
To just look out over the plain. And he walks to the eastern side of the copse of trees to look east. And you just look at the stars and stand there in thought for a couple of minutes before heading back.
It's a clear enough night you can see them. It's chilly, but crystal clear. Okay. I've already rolled your guard shifts for the night.
I have a 21 perception.
Okay.
I'm lost in thought. I got an 8.
Okay.
I also got an
We
8.
switched. We basically switched.
Which is a natural 1.
Oof.
Luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you look at it, it was a nice, quiet night. But Slate.
Oh, fuck.
I had to do it to you.
Oh, no.
You open your notebook at one point in the night. And there are 3 sunflower petals pressed to the page.
Like actual sunflowers? Oh my god.
Just 3 petals, not, obviously a whole sunflower wouldn't fit.
Well, yeah, no.
But 3 petals just pressed into the page.
Oh, the
And like
witch
a,
in me is
and like a
no.
Celtic knot, like the 3
Yeah.
in that pattern. Jake.
The witch in me is like, no!
I know, right?
The character in me is like, yes.
Oh, I know. It's great, isn't it? Isn't it great when your character's like, yay! And as a player, you're like,
Yeah.
no, that's bad.
That's
That was a
not good.
tear in the material plane. Don't like it.
That was such perfect action. That's a nice quiet night. Okay, cool. But Slate. Aw, fuck.
I was like, it was funny because I was like, ah, fuck. And then it was like, but Slate. And I was like, ah, fuck.
Perfect. Alright. Alright. Sunflowers for Altrin. I mean, sunflowers for Slate.
God, the witch in me is like, no, no,
No.
no.
No, this bad.
Character
No.
don't know shit.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright. But once more. As it do, thank God, every day. Because if not, y'all would have additional questions. The sun rises. In the east, even. What? What?
Where was I? There we go.
Today's weather.
Today, we are chopping down trees.
Not me, I'm casting spells.
Today's weather will be a nice balmy 50 degrees.
Nice.
High of 60, low of about 40, so it's about 50 degrees for most of the day.
That is perfect because we're doing hard labor, so we won't overheat, but it's also not too cold
There's
to make it miserable,
There's a nice breeze coming from the southwest.
which would presumably be warmer.
Changing out spells. Changing out spells.
And, yeah.
I do not have damage spells on me. Outside of scrolls. I have scrolls damage spells, so it's not that bad.
That's just fine.
But I have equipped grease and enlarged to use as well.
When they wake up and everybody starts working on the trees,
Which is literally my notes for the day at the moment. Is Kuthana 22. Trees.
Trees.
Just
uh,
fucking trees.
but Sakura's gonna take Milty's advice and go and try to find Jihad.
Not hard to find him. He is, he's not much of a laborer, but he's trying. And they don't have, enough axes for everybody, but they are kind of doing a rotational thing where, like, they're taking turns so nobody has to do it all day kind of vibe. So he's taking his turn.
Okay.
Slate, sorry, Sakura. Slate, did you prepare mending so that you can sharpen the axes?
I am going to prepare mending. I was just switching it right now. I'm getting
Perfect.
psyched out by the rain. Because the rain just started, like, ooh, and I was like,
Whoosh. Yeah, I figured
I
that
could
was what the
hear it.
look was.
I can hear it over my sound canceling headphones. Like,
Got
that's
it,
how
got
loud
it.
it is.
I just
Yeah.
figured that would be super useful to us as we're cutting trees down to constantly get the weapons resharpened. But
Yeah,
cool.
I was trying to think of what else to grab.
I'm sorry, Sakura. I did not mean to interrupt you. My
Oh,
apologies.
no. It's fine. That's important to ask.
Little tree.
If he's working, she'll just come up. Jihad. Well, actually, Father
Child.
Jihad.
Yes.
If you have a free moment later, would it be okay if the two of us talked?
And of course, I'm Irish, apparently. Irish in the mornings. That Irish breakfast coffee. Y'all. There we go. He's free!
He's free?
I got a lot of accents going on, y'all.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here.
Answer your question, see, probably not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, really not.
I didn't think so. I was just
Yeah.
looking at my cantrips.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. But you said that he's free right now? Or
Yeah, basically he's like, oh, well, I'm kind of, and one of the other guys is like, no, I'll just go ahead and take my turn. He's like, well, if you're sure. Kind of wipes his hands, hands it over. What can I help you with? Hey, I found it. Oh.
Well, I'm not. I'm trying to find ways to be helpful. And, well, the thing that I'm best at is cooking, so I wanted to start with that at the very least, to see if there was anything that I could help with, because they said that cooking would be your job.
Seem to be part of my repertoire going forward. Sorry. You all right over there? I'm fine. All right. Hello, cat ass.
Is there... Well, I know that... Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm very new at this.
Y'all are.
But I wondered if there was some way that I could help with, I don't know, whether it's preparing, if you even need help, I should ask, with cooking or...
You know what would be a big help right now? There are a fair number of stones, about yay big, all throughout here. I'm planning on setting up, as time goes on and allows, anywhere we're going to be doing cooking or any heat like that, lining it with stones to help disperse the heat and keep the wood safe. And I don't think we have anybody on that.
Well, I'm pretty sure that I can pick up a few stones. I'd be happy
As
to help
many
with
as you can gather, that would be a huge help right there. And then when it comes to this evening, you and I can always sit down and work on cooking then. Because I know you're a fair cook yourself. I certainly wouldn't mind some tips.
Oh, that's... I'd be happy to. That's sort of what I was trying to see if you needed, but I didn't want to...
Presume.
Yes.
It's understandable. Now, if you'd be willing to help me, I'd be happy to accept it. But for right now, if we can get those stones started, I can make a nice little fire pit that we can use on the rig and make sure nothing catches.
No, I can certainly do that. Though, maybe later, when the work is settled, I'd still like to talk with you.
Of course. I'm always available. When you go, why don't you take Tony or Tino with you? He could do some hunting out in the woods and keep getting us started with some more game that we can start drying and cooking. And that'll also make sure you're not in the woods alone, just in case.
Of course, thank you. And she'll kind of run off, feeling at least a little bit more like, okay, now I have something I can do.
Right.
So, she'll go off and try to find Tino.
And we'll come back around to that.
Mm-hmm.
Slate, Girlcon, either of you have anything, or are you mostly lumberjacks today?
Pretty much lumberjacks today for Grocon, but at one point he does want to talk to Milty because he's never really talked to him one-on-one, and Milty was the one keen on potentially traveling with him to Isleberry.
For a good chunk of the day, so probably as long as you're lumberjacking, essentially, he's copying down the map and making, notes. He does include a few notes on y'all's map that he adds in. That's mostly like because of what he knows, hey, this area is kind of hilly, so he puts some hills in. It's minor details, but just to help out terrain that he has now seen and knows of.
Okay.
Or anything you've described, just that way, making sure it's there.
Sure.
So
Offer
that's
for
his,
sure.
and basically that's what Cullen has assigned him to for today is make sure the maps are good, make sure that's covered. You're a weak dude. We'll find you work, but lumberjacking isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So focus on that first. That's something nobody else here can do.
But yeah, I'm basically just helping where I can. I'm not actually doing any lumberjacking. I'm just,
Yeah.
enlarging people, using grease to move the wood, mending the axes,
Just imagine you enlarge Cullen at one point. He just like pulls a tree out.
Yeah. I just,
It's like kind of a dead tree, so like he's like, hey, this is good already probably dried wood, kind of thing. And just like
Yeah.
pulls it out.
I'm
It's
just
like, oh.
good job. Just go with it, like, good job.
You do that, he just kind of like looks at you with the tree over one shoulder, just goes,
And basically just keeping an eye on everybody is basically what I plan to do.
perfect. Keeping everyone hydrated.
Yep.
Making sure, people take rests when they need it.
Yep.
You good.
I was looking at her spell list, or Slade's spell list,
Yeah.
and prestidigitation keeps people dry when they're sweating.
Yep.
Super, super important job of what's going on there.
Yeah, anything like that. Throughout the day, somebody, I don't really care who, but somebody's gonna take aside some cloth. They brought some simple, like, bleachable, like, think, flour bags, potato sacks, that kind of thing. But the more cottony kind, not the burlap. And he tears it so that way people can have basically makeshift, like, hand wraps for when they're doing the axe and stuff. So that way you're not getting a lot of splinters, you're not getting a lot of blisters. Now, I actually think Tony thinks of that. I'll say Tony does that, because that'll be his contribution, because he's done some work that, does that sort of thing. So he actually, on his break, basically takes the time to just kind of tear it. It's simple, has a dagger, basically just cuts it, rips it, but suggests they make hand wraps to keep their hands, a little more functional.
Cool.
Otherwise, he's just kind of glazing his eyebrows, So give him something useful to do. They're very expressive and very sharp at the point. Just like the one-handed maneuver. What is it, buddy? What is it, my little pizza roll? You're my Tino. Yeah. So
as we get to like the finishing part of the day.
Yeah. Just say probably an hour or so before dinner, enough time for everybody to kind of cool down, get cleaned up a little bit. That sort of thing.
I'll help where I can.
Yeah.
Grokon will seek out Milty.
Okay. Not hard to find him.
How's the map coming along, Milty?
Oh, I think I'm almost done with it, to be honest. Probably took a little too much time and make sure all the details are right, but I want to make sure the maps are accurate.
Good. Details are important.
Yeah, I hope y'all don't mind. I added a few details based off of what Miss Sakura had said onto y'all's, just to make it a little more, you don't have to remember, to be honest.
Fair enough. We appreciate it. So, back at Oleg's, you mentioned wanting to potentially go east with me in the spring. Is that still something you're thinking about doing?
Absolutely, if you'll have me. I'm not much a fighter, but holds up map, basically. Just like, and I'm willing to learn any skills that I can.
Well, once you all get this structure erected, maybe have Cullen give you a few pointers on how to swing something.
Blue eyes.
Because you just never know what we might encounter.
It'd at least be good to know how to stick them with the pointy end.
Yes.
I have figured out that far, sir.
Well, that's good. And but anyways, I'm just curious. What's the inspiration and desire to go off onto some random location hunting out lost knowledge?
It might sound a bit silly, sir, but
Stop with the sir shit. It's just
All right.
Grocon.
all right, Grokon. I grew up with a storyteller for a mom, and she always liked to tell stories about all the heroes and adventurers, and I was kind of a sickly kid, as you could probably imagine. But
Not
I'm good at
particularly. And he'll look at his own body.
and so I was never real good at any of the physicality, but I used to like to drop the maps from what she described, and I managed to get a little education on the side. Uh, Not much, but I was a bookmaker's apprentice for a few years out in Brevoy, so learned my letters, learned some basic bookbinding and the like. But if there's some way I can combine what I'm good at and what I dreamed of doing someday, it's not the worst way to go.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Not to mention, you seem a pretty cool dude.
Well, maybe.
He's a righteous dude.
No, in all reality, I mean, I'm chasing figments of knowledge in books of tales of yesteryear. I have no idea what we're going to find, and I have no idea if it's even worth the trip, but it feels like something I've got to do.
Then I'm with
And
you,
if,
Grokon.
all right, Milty. Fair enough. Fair enough. Tomorrow, pick an axe up and start swinging it. Put a little muscle on your bones. Ain't gonna be a bad thing either.
I will do my best.
Fantastic. And Grokon will just kind of put his head back into his bowl and keep eating.
He's an enthusiastic little boy. Little guy.
I think these guys forget I'm 21. I'm not that old. Like,
Yeah, but you're an adventurer.
well, fair.
That makes all the difference. At least to him. As far as he's
Fair
concerned,
enough.
you're an adventurer. You're ageless now, man.
Well, he's about to be an adventurer.
That's the idea. Because when you're a professional pirate... Wait. You like to draw the maps.
Okay.
All right. Who next?
How many days do you think we stick around here, guys?
I'm okay with like a day or two just to make sure that they get set up and have a good system going and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, we're there. We've got them in a groove of cutting down trees and like they get what they're doing.
I think if it's possible, maybe at least like getting the longhouse outlined of where it's getting. Like I don't know how to build buildings to begin with, but like just like the first layer of, you know.
And when I googled, it said 1 to 2 years, and it's not gonna take that long because y'all are gonna do a simple thing. So I'm saying a few months to make a nice like.
Oh yeah.
But a month will get you basically a shelter at least,
Mhm.
and then they can upgrade it.
Yeah.
As they go along.
I just
Yeah.
Seeing that, like, knowing that they have it outlined of, like, you know, this is the space it's taking up, I think that that's, like, a good place for them to be before we leave. But I don't know how long that would take, so I'm okay if that takes too long and we leave before that.
The first week they could have that, but it'd probably be mid to late that week when they really kind of get in a position to.
Fair enough.
Because the first few days they're pretty much just exclusively gathering the supplies and like drawing out in the dirt and like figuring out how things are going to be arranged and whatnot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So towards the end of the week they'll be able to actually like, okay, this is where we're going to start building. Here's where our fire pit's going to be, kind of vibes.
Okay.
So 4 or 5, maybe 6 days, basically a week.
Are we cool just hitting the fast forward button here?
Oh,
You're muted, CC. CC, you're muted. CC.
I just want to have one little conversation.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna hit basically highlights for each of you.
mm.
So
Okay, because I do know that there was other conversation I just thought of that I wanted to have and I forgot until just now.
you're good.
There was a conversation I wanted to have.
Because I knew there was one for you. I know Sakura wanted to have a chat with Tino.
Tino and Jihad,
Wait.
if possible.
Yeah. Depending on what the jihad thing is, we'll hit kind of highlight and then.
Okay.
But I know you mentioned Tino, and you guys can do that while you're stone gathering / hunting
Mhm.
/ foraging / foresting.
Yeah.
So I know those two for sure.
And when we go to leave, I want to do a closeout with Jihad and Cullen. But outside
Fair
of that,
enough. So why don't we just kind of hit it in that order then?
Okay.
The slate, Sakura, and then close out. Cool.
I just want to talk to Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting conversation. I already
Ye-
know.
Yes.
But it'll be during the time that maybe he's working or something, and I just head over there. Like, your name's Tony, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes, I certainly hope so.
I was just curious about some things, and I've noticed you've been kind of warmed up to Sakura. I wanted to know if there was anything I should know about this group or Sakura.
Sakura is a gentle, kindly, and beautiful soul. I do say so. Too pure for this world. Too good.
I can definitely see that.
Maine is trouble at the best of times. But good kind, I would say. Then again, I am also trouble, so take that with a grain of whatever seasoning you prefer.
Noted. I will keep that in mind. And he opens his book and writes a few things down, of course, while they're having this conversation.
I mean, is there any particular information you were looking for?
Not specifically. I just the conversation of the charter has came up, and I'm not a huge fan of being a part of things like that, and I wanted to know what I could get, from people around them who have been around them. I don't really have the agenda of Kanako, but I know enough from her and or the people that were with her prior.
Ah, yes, Ami and Taryn. Not sorry to see them gone.
What happened with them?
Well, Saren was always, she was a fae, you see. And so, it was not surprising when she left, to be honest. We rather all expected her to wander off into the forest one day, never to be seen again. As, from what I understand, that's pretty much how she got down here in the first place. As for, Ami, suffice to say, her personality was, prickly. She was hard to get along with for anyone.
And he thinks back to the different conversation with Grokan and Sakura and goes, "Yeah, I can see how that was an issue."
Yes, she called us all spineless cowards for not dying for our beliefs the first time we met. She essentially assigned Keston custodial duty upon their first meeting, and essentially insulted everyone she met at every opportunity. And while I myself am a fan of all sorts of roasts, maybe not that one. So, while I won't say we were surprised or not to see her leave, no one was sorry to see her leave.
Interesting. I would have to say this in the probably kindest way as possible, but I'm glad I didn't meet her.
Yes, it is more pleasant without their company.
Not fully surprised.
Yes, unfortunately, her personality tended to overtake most discussions. And
Ah.
Sakura is a people pleaser, I would say.
I have noticed that. I have very much noticed that she's of that. Yeah, no.
And thus, when one says the sky is blue and the other says no, it's nighttime, there's very little discussion you can even have when your opinions are quite that far.
Yeah. No, again, not really surprised about that happening at all.
She too seemed to have a soft spot for Mai. And I do wonder how much that might have contributed to the awkward interactions.
Yeah,
She tried to
that,
sleep with me at one point as well, so I wonder if she has a type.
I'm I'm fully glad that I don't fit that range of type. If I do.
No,
I'm
you are
fine
quite
with it.
pale.
I'm okay with that.
But I guess so is mine now. Maybe it's just the dashing.
Yeah, I definitely don't live up to that.
Maybe it's the butt.
Knowing my character and being that my character has probably looked at Tony's ass at least once.
Oh yeah, he wears like nice pants. There's a
Yeah.
bubble butt.
Yeah, he'd probably be like,
Don't
Is
sell
there
yourself
anything-
short.
I think I'm better off not getting into that mess.
Not tonight.
Is there anything that seems off or strange about this group? Outside of, I'm one to talk.
I was going to say, you mean besides everything?
Yeah, I know.
Gotcha. Off or strange besides all of the obvious thing.
Something by chance that may have taken you some time to notice.
Well, I mean, there is the fact that you have no shadow.
He just kind of like looks down, like, you're the first to notice.
Not surprising.
No.
Honestly, I noticed because I was staring at your ass and then realized that you had no shadow ass, and that was confusing.
Well, I enjoyed the compliment.
You're welcome.
I will say that has been a shared situation, minus
Excellent.
the shadow.
Understandable.
But outside of me, and more to do with Sakura or Mayin or Kanako,
There's much talk of an allergy.
I am aware of that. Actually, surprisingly enough, Kanako divulged that information quite quickly.
Yes, I'm not sure what it's about, but apparently Mayin has some sort of allergy, so...
Yeah, I plan to speak with them about that when they get back.
Yes, and he did return with a strange burn mark upon one of their first departures.
Burn mark? I have not heard about that.
That was when the allergies came up, roughly center of chest. His cloak slipped one night. Not that I was looking. It looked much like when a toddler dips their hand in mud and pats it, but... Certainly had fingers.
Interesting. I did not know that information, but that's good to know.
Yes.
That puts my suspicions in a different place of information than I need. Interesting. Good to know. That just confirms more things
Strangeness.
for me.
Yes.
Yes, no, definitely strange. Especially.
But I am not one to cry, since they didn't kill me. Therefore, I am pretty grateful to just go ahead and keep my trap shut and be charming.
I mean, fair. I can get that. It's just, I just would like to know things about them, and because
Of course.
I know how people can be, I just wanted to see who would know more about them. And I'm getting the idea that probably Svetlana knows a lot.
She might, yes. I would also say, to their credit, if you want to take it that way, Mayan will share and answer pretty much any question you ask him, as long as you're sure you wish to know the answer. Most people do not, in fact, wish to take that chance. And Sakura, while she is quite confused about her own desires, honestly don't think she could lie to save her life. Nor does she have any desire to. So if you ask her something, she'll probably just tell you it may take a while to get there, though. In the best way possible.
I will keep that in mind. That's definitely information I need too as well, because I do plan to talk to them about different things, especially if
Yes.
I plan to join this charter they have.
Yes, Maine is the type to go, do you wish to know? And you'll say, I'm not sure. And he's like, well, if you're not sure, then don't ask. And sound all mysterious and wise, but I don't think he's that mysterious or that wise. If I have to be honest with you.
I've only known him for a day, so we'll see how that goes. But thank you. I appreciate this information. It's good to know.
I am really going to stare at your butt when you leave.
I figured. I'll be honest.
Just being honest with you as well.
He'll give him like a small nod before turning around and walking away.
Look, man, there's not a lot of choices in the Stolen Lands. Like,
No, you were right. There's a reason my character is a pansexual polyamorous.
Like I said, plus now that I know your face claim, like, no shame.
Yeah.
All right, Neffy, do you want to do Tino first or Jihad first? And then we'll take a break, and then we'll do the other scene, and then finish up. So we have a little split there.
It would make sense to do Tino first because Jihad would come after Tino, so if anything happens with Tino...
Makes sense. All right. So into the woods. He's got his bow. He's got a couple traps. He's got a bag, so he can put things in it. He's mostly looking for small game, so...
She is going to have her own bag to put as many rocks as she can into it. Once they get a good distance away from everybody else, the silence kind of, I wouldn't say gets to her, but she'll want to fill. Thank you for
a squirrel.
He hits a squirrel.
Like immediately, like it's like, and then gets a squirrel.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, well, still pretty quiet when that happened, so not surprising they were out and about. I've had my surprise round, now it won't be so easy.
By the way, thank you for coming out with me.
Of course. Like, he's not making eye contact, but it's not like, he's just...
He's watching the tree lines, yeah.
Yeah.
Every few moments or so, every time she sees a rock, she'll stop and end up picking it up and putting it into the bag.
Her bag of rocks?
Yeah. She's trying to find, like, flat ones that are at least decent size, so that, you know...
Yeah, Jihad gave you the reference.
Yeah.
Like, look for these.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you something?
Go for it.
When we first met, you could barely hold a sword to fight us. You actually, I think, dropped it at one point.
I did.
But seeing you now and hearing Lana talk about the progress that you made, you've gotten a lot stronger.
Good to hear.
How'd you do it?
Well, I can't tell all my secrets, but I'll tell you right now, the early days, it was all about nerves. I let my nerves get to me a lot.
I can understand that.
but this place is just so full of potential. It'd be a waste not to reach out and try to grab your own handhold of it.
Yeah, there's. It can be terrifying though, but
Oh, for sure.
if you can survive it, I do you think that it can make a person better? Or worse, depending on the person, I suppose, but
You're willing to listen to her.
I just. Maybe I am letting my nerves just get to me and overthinking things, which is odd because there's things I haven't thought of. And finding out just how not only stupid it is to not think of them, but dangerous is. I'm thinking a lot. And she kind of chuckles, realizing that she's saying that she's overthinking it and also thinking a lot. With all the troubles that we've encountered, starting the charter, and now it's just me and Maine that's left from the original party, that it feels like I'm doing things wrong. And I guess that's shaking me up a bit, but I also know that I have a lot to learn and I'm not sure where to start. And I mean, you seem more confident and capable, and if you, no offense, if you could make so much progress in such a short amount of time, and I guess I'm just looking for advice on what I need to do to not do it, not make the same mistakes.
Well, the first thing I did is I listened to everything around me. You know, we were assigned duty that day, getting lumber and firewood and stuff. And I was out by myself, middle of the forest. And, you know, when you're a bandit, you're never alone. Someone's always got their eye on you. Make sure you're not taking anything that you don't deserve. And, I just heard the land calling to me, practically. And I knew I had to do something different. Just listen to the world around me. Listen to the birds' song, the wind through the trees. And not like in a stealing kind of way, but in a, like picking a fruit. Everything's out here just for someone to reach out for it. Just gotta reach your hand out and take it.
She kind of thinks about it for a bit as she stops to pick up a few more rocks. I guess I mean, she kind of stops and kind of I haven't been listening. I mean, you hear a person, you hear a situation, but it's different from listening. And I think that I've been doing a lot lately, and that might have been what caused at least a few of the problems that we've encountered is I'm hearing, but I'm not listening. I guess I've been so afraid of making someone feel like they're alienated or that we don't make a mistake like killing somebody who needs just a helping hand, that I'm neglecting listening to people who are supposed to be my friends and allies are actually saying.
Sometimes the hardest people to hear are the closest.
That's true. Oh, this is so hard.
He knocks another arrow, creeps out. Kind of lets it relax.
So, you stopped being afraid once you listened? Or did something else happen?
I listened and the world spoke.
She thinks a little bit more about the things that have happened, and she kind of lets the silence fill. Thanks. I at least know where to start.
You listen, it'll provide.
Yeah.
And that's what Rasta's all about, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Looses another arrow. Gets another squirrel.
All I can think of is like bunnies and squirrels having really fluffy fur, making a muffler out of them.
I was thinking squirrel chucks, but you know, muffler works.
You have squirrels too.
But I think that's a good place to pause and take a break. We'll be back in 10-ish. We'll make it come back at 10 till.
Okay.
Gives us a little over 10 minutes. So we'll be back.
Fantastic.
go back.
Hello. It's we.
We have food.
We have cookies.
Jake went and also got cookies.
Now 3 of us have cookies.
I technically have cookies too. I just don't like them.
Are those
Now,
cookies or
don't-
donuts back there?
Don't tell. Oh, actually, no, that's not donuts.
Neffy's like, don't leave me out. I have cookies too.
I didn't know if she did.
Are those
or-
bagels?
I knew Jake had cookies.
My
and I
husband
knew-
made pizza bagels. But I
Not a cookie.
no, but these are
savory
my micro
cookie.
pops.
Oh.
I put them in there so I don't lose them and they, stay nice and neat.
Okay, so we're gonna spend roughly a week. Just updating my calendar so I'm tracking for us.
Yeah.
So you arrived on the 21st, so we'll say the 28th is when you'll depart. Just to make math easy for me, because math
Math is
Yes.
hard.
Makes sense.
I can count to 7. 21 plus 7 is 28. So 26. Okay, so 27. I thought the 28th will be when you leave. We're not there yet. I know we still got like 2 scenes we want to do. I'm just gonna do trees all the way down and then leaving Silk Hollow. Cool. I wish I could spell in cursive. There we go. Spelling in cursive. I forgot. They're all colon. There we go. Okay. Calendar updated. Let's fucking go. So, jihad, soccer, and jihad.
I
Do
met
that, and then we'll do the wrap up, and y'all will leave.
I imagine that this is them talking while they're cooking. And she'll give him some tips and whatnot along the way.
Yeah, you realize he has no tolerance for spice? That doesn't mean he doesn't have tolerance for flavor.
Right.
That has been the mistake.
Mm-hmm.
He's just more of a savory guy.
Right.
So you do learn quickly that you're like, oh, I have some garlic. He's like, fuck yeah, garlic. But like in a jihad way, which is like, oh, blessed be.
And
Praise Erastil.
And I think that is a good spot for her to kind of start with what I want to say.
He's
After-
like mentioned the garlic.
After they put in garlic and onions or whatever else that they have savory in.
Shrooms.
Gotta say, not sure what type of tips I could give you. Except for maybe every once in a while adding something spicy for the boys. But
I think maybe I could find something that, maybe something spicy that could be like placed on top or a side dish or something. So that way those who wanted some spice could partake. Or maybe I'll just take out my portion first.
kind of what I was thinking, but it does make me realize a few things, and I feel like I owe you an apology. Because I realize that I've made a few assumptions that might not have been fair. Like, I honestly didn't know that you could cook.
A few skills that are not commonly known. But when you travel like I do, you gotta have a little bit of everything.
Sort of makes me I regret making the assumptions that I have. Because,
It does sometimes.
well, I mean, when we first met, I was very excited. I've not I mean, except for my local priest, I haven't really met anyone who was a follower of Erastil, and I was looking forward to being able to talk and share camaraderie with someone of my faith. And when Lana voiced her frustrations and everything that happened with Ami and Sven and the whole misrepresentation that they did of Maine, and then them leaving, and I missed out on a lot. Because I feel like we could have at least gotten along and enjoyed each other's company. And I didn't let that happen.
You're right.
So I'm sorry.
We've lost out. We've lost out on time we could have spent getting to know one another, talking about the blessings of our God and what He might have planned for us out in these wild lands. But there's still time. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But the lands are still here, and He's still watching. All we can do is move forward to every bright new day.
That's true. But at the same time, I realize I've wronged you and you deserve the apology.
Appreciate it.
Where did you learn to cook?
Well, you'd be surprised what happens when you get a bunch of bachelors together in the middle of nowhere. Eventually somebody figures out which parts are poisonous and which parts are not. And then once you've gone through the trial and error of that and have suffered the vices of whatever's gripping your innards, you start figuring out what tastes pretty good, too.
I guess when needs must, you learn to improvise.
You know, when me and the when me and the acolytes used to go camping, you know what we used to call it when we found an experiment gone wrong? Atoning for our sins.
That's one way of looking at it.
There ain't nothing coming out of that back end but sin.
That's definitely a way to look at it.
Now, I know that story is maybe a little field humor, but the point is, even when you look around, and even when you try and experiment and all you get out of it is shit. You know?
You still learn something.
Maybe that's a place for things to grow. Good fertilizer.
That too.
It's all about reframing your experience. So don't think of this as, you wronged me. You need an apology. You need to amend. Think of it as lesson learned. Understanding, hearing out all sides, and seeing what can be made of it. Not a punishment, but an opportunity.
That's a nice way to look at it.
It's a nice way to think about those experiments.
I can only imagine.
If you ever find a man dressed like me out in the field, just in the plains, in the woods, doesn't matter, and he offers you field coffee, do not accept. Just don't do it. That is nothing any person, living or dead, should have to experience.
I will keep that in mind. Writing that down.
Also, don't ask what it's made of. It's like sausage. Don't ask what it's made of. Just enjoy.
But with everything that's, well,
Happen.
yeah, but I'd like to get to know you better. So
I'm sure you
this-
heard it before, but there's not a whole lot of interest to tell. Erastil called on me from a young age. My parents were both Erastilians and faithful members of their church, and when the time came, I walked into his embrace open arms. Been traveling around Fairbout ever since. Trying to do the right thing and spread the good word. And where it doesn't work out, well, I leave my blessings behind and I move on. I can only preach to those with open ears.
that's fair enough, but well, I know that you don't like spice, but what do you like?
The sound of laughing children. My favorite sound in the world. Healthy, happy children running streets. Their folks watching over them. Livestock in the distance. The wind blowing through wheat and corn and whatever crops you have, depending on the location. Sound of a good song coming out of the windows of the bar.
The sound of home.
Sound of a community. It's not just because Erastil called me that I'm into that sort of thing. Always been a favorite. Everyone should feel like they belong somewhere. The way you and your companions are putting things together, and kind of looks back at where the guys are, chopping trees and whatnot. And if this gets off the ground, you might have a mighty fine start of one. Who knows what could grow into with the right fertilizer.
It'll get off the ground. At least in that I have faith. And she'll smile and go back to chopping vegetables or being the sous chef, seeing what he can do and whatnot. Seeing what he needs.
Of course, of making dinner and such. And I keep chatting. He's a simple guy. But you'll talk about things. You have a lot in common.
Yeah.
And then you serve dinner. Fade out. I'm on the 28th.
I apologize, Stat. I'm sure I was partially a distraction. The thunder hit really, or the lightning hit really close and scared the shit out of me. So I was like, oh my god. I'm just trying to vibe.
You're fine, guys.
And this is not worse. Like, I know where you live.
I mean, now I'm worried, and that's what I was trying to do is pull up radar to see if it's going to be worse.
28th is a chilly day.
Yay.
It's mid-30s all day. But fair if a little breezy. And yeah, later in the evening you'll have a little sprinkling of snow, but nothing too crazy.
Well, that morning as we're getting ready to take both wagons back, Grokon will gather everybody up and look at Cullen and Jihad and say, we'll check in from time to time, guys. We're not just going to leave you out here stranded. If you have need of us or need to report anything to us so that we can assist you with anything, feel free to leave a note back at Oleg's. And we'll come once we return to the trading post and see your message. Don't be afraid to defend yourselves out here. But as word gets out that you're here, hopefully travelers moving between Rostov and Oleg's will make this a stopping point. Good luck to you. Stay warm. And I look forward to returning to see the progress you've made.
There's a general, like, you know, all 6 of them. Excitement, you know, clap. Woo.
And he'll forearm clasp both Cullen and Jihad to shake their hands before hopping up into the wagon.
And, you know, as you guys are pulling away on your noble steeds and wagons, the cheering kind of dies down a bit. You just hear Cullen, all right, enough happiness, back to work.
I'm just gonna kind of watch them as we leave. But outside of that, nothing's going on.
All right.
Sakura will probably wave to them until they're like out of the crops of trees and can't see them anymore.
Tony blows you kisses, like the little, like 2-finger. You know? Mwah. Goodbye.
Bye. She will chuckle at it though.
And y'all are on your way.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Oleg's. I'm assuming we're going back to Oleg's.
I assume
dropping off
so.
what we don't need, and
Yeah.
then going.
Yeah.
And going out from there as necessary.
Good to know. Just to keep that in. Just make sure
Yeah,
my brain is in the right area.
Yes.
And mic stand don't squeak no more. I'm so happy.
Ba-doo.
Your first night back out on the plains? Very quiet.
We have plenty of food.
Yeah, not a problem.
9.
I rolled a 17 on the die, so a 20. We have
And you're
plenty
back
of
down to
food.
3 people, so
Yeah.
you're fine.
Yeah. I didn't write a response back. I just realized that.
You want to take a minute, figure out what your response would be? Then you can do that. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'll send it to you when I figured it out. But I
So besides just traveling, is there anything you guys cover on your way back? Or is this pretty much a, woo, that was a week of lumberjack and such, and we're tired? Which is absolutely understandable.
I think at dinner the first day that they're away from everybody else. As they're eating, Sakura will speak up. I've been doing a lot of thinking. And a lot of introspection, critiquing.
Did it hurt?
Oh, yes.
Grokon flashes you a very toothy grin.
That's where all that smoke came from.
I feel like at least, especially to you, Grokon, I haven't been at my best for a while, and I'll admit that traveling with the two of you and everything that's happened, there's been a lot of things that have opened my eyes. One of the things I've realized recently is that I've done a lot of hearing and not a lot of listening. This is important to me, the charter, and getting these lands settled. And while I want to own up to my mistakes, I don't want to make excuses but there's been a lot of fear. And the more I've messed up, the more it's compounded. With my sister leaving and all the work that's still left to do, I need to do a lot of changing. And I hope that you'll both be patient with me, but I also want you to be honest with me. If you see me doing something wrong, I know that we won't always agree, but I can't change if I don't know. But I'm determined to see this to the end. And if I die trying, well, at least I did something. I tried. Well, thank you for sticking with us so long.
In my culture, an honorable death is one that occurs with a weapon in your hands, going out for what you believe in. I hope that you don't die.
I'd really like that as well. But I do understand it's a real possibility too.
Good. The people here are going to need you to know that and value their lives accordingly, not only your own. But as long as you do those things, your chances of success go up dramatically.
They will. And that's why I understand a bit more of what you were trying to say during our first arguments that we had. And I'm sorry I was so stubborn to not listen.
It can take experiences to change one's opinion. I don't hold it against you.
I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of making changes and whatnot. There. Another thing I've been stubborn on. I know I've been a bit selfish when it comes to the cooking. And I still want to. It's something I've always done. It's something I'm used to. And one of the few things that I felt like I have control over. But I also realize that I'm not the only one who enjoys it. And I feel bad that, well, I'm not quite sure how much you enjoy cooking. But
It's a task that has to be done when one travels.
she thinks back to the conversations of Jihad and the experiments that they've had. A moment. I don't understand why I'm hot and cold at the same time. Well, I'm hot and cold at the same time. So my nose is running because I'm cold, but I'm overheating at the same time. It's driving me crazy. Anyways. But if you wanted to cook more, I'm okay with that. I'm trying to learn that I don't have to do it all the time. That I could have someone else take a bit of control. Then it may be a little awkward for me for a while, but I'm
At the very
willing
least, you're willing to try.
Yeah. I'm willing to let go to learn what other things I can do.
Well, I'm certainly not going to act like I'm as good a cook as you are. But,
I have learned from the best. My own personal opinion, but
you know the great chef of Ustalov, Gordon Ramele?
no, but I know my mother.
He's definitely from Nidal.
Excuse-moi.
Finally, some real fucking magic.
I couldn't help myself. I broke CC.
Like, so I just imagine him watching someone cast his spell and be like, finally, some real fucking magic.
It was so good because I was like, huh? And then I was like, oh shit.
I feel bad because all of this is going over my head.
Gordon
I'm
Ramsay.
referencing
Well, no, I know
Gordon
Gordon Ramsay, but the only thing I know
Okay.
about Gordon Ramsay is that, like, Hell's
Gordon
Kitchen.
motherfucking Ramsay.
Yeah. And the lamb sauce.
That,
idiot
that's
sandwich.
the joke, Neffy. That is the entirety of the joke.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay.
It's just Gordon Ramsay.
It just made me laugh because I was like, that was pretty slick. You did really good at that. I was just not expecting it.
It was a Jake special. Kind of what he do.
Pulled out of my ass? Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, no, it's
That's
pretty
what I
good.
said.
Pull it out of your ass.
That's what I said.
anyways. No, I'll
I'll be here all week.
Grocom would just say, he jokingly says the Gordon Romilay thing, and then he says, "Look, it's clearly been trying for you. The beginning of this endeavor you've undertaken, and if we're being completely honest, I have no idea what I'm getting myself into on this expedition I have undertaken. And there are definitely going to be moments that I'm overwhelmed. If cooking dinner every night is something that lets you reset and gives you a feeling of control, I'm not going to try and take it from you. But I hope you understand that as your responsibilities increase, as cathartic as that may be for you, you may be too busy.
Which is why I want to
But until then, I'm definitely not as good a cook, so please don't put it on me while we're hanging out. Because I'm going to be cooking for Milty and I enough as it is, and we all know it's not going to be as good as what we're eating now.
That's fair enough. I just... There's a lot of things that I need to learn, and I figured that's one of the things I could start learning now.
That Grocom's actually a terrible chef. Yeah, you should probably learn that. He's got you guys so fucking fooled.
He's done so far, so good so far.
His luck can only last so long. This is how dice
Yeah, I was
work.
gonna say his luck can only last so long.
I was waiting for you to be like,
already knows.
like I was waiting for you to be like, Grocom, and Grocom be like, yeah, okay, and then he cooks and he rolls like a 2.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
These are what
Well.
the experiments that Jihad was talking about. I'm gonna be paying for my sins later.
Oh,
Oh,
my
you're going
God. As Rowan was talking about that, I'm a bachelor living in a bachelor house with 2 other bachelors.
I know, man. I pulled some inspo.
There's some legitimate truth to everything that was said. We haven't had food poisoning yet, thankfully, but there is some real boys, we're going out tonight, because it did not go well.
Yeah, like I said, I know soldiers. Okay, I know how
Yes.
this works. Why do you think I made the field coffee joke? Like, don't do it.
Don't drink it.
Never drink field coffee.
There's a reason, for those of you at home, there's a reason why sometimes guys will take the coffee grounds that they get in the field and just, use it like the spit tobacco. It is not. Don't do it. Mm-mm.
They
Don't
say
do it.
that in the army, the coffee's mighty fine. It tastes like muddy water and cleans like turpentine.
Yeah, just for those viewers at home that do not have the army experience that 2 of us happen to have, no. We're spitting truths. Don't do it.
Anyways.
The more you know.
So, good, enlightening dinner conversation.
Yep. Good times are had. Well done. Look at y'all. Bonding. Developing. What is this shit? I didn't sign up for this. Where are my Where's my disasters? Oh, don't worry. It's coming.
Soon, Pop-Tart, soon.
Disaster children activate. So, day 2. After a restful night's sleep, day 2 arrives. You go out to the plains. Move you on the map, because that way you know, again, you're going the opposite way now.
We should make it to Oleg's today, right?
I think we have one more day, cause
Yeah,
It's a
you'll
2-day
arrive.
trip.
Again, it's you'll arrive early the next day.
Okay, yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, that makes sense, because
Yeah.
Hex,
Hex,
Oleg's, I
and
got
then-
it.
Yeah. So you'll arrive early the
Yeah.
next day.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, pretty quiet, pretty chill. The weather today, for those of you interested, is fucking cold. Because I can already guess that. Wild guess at that point. Yesterday was cold today? Probably also cold. Let's find out. Probably cold. Is it cold? It's less cold. It has a lower low, but it has a significantly higher high. You get up to the mid-40s.
Woo!
That's downright toasty and boy in the winter.
We take that.
I don't mind it. It's really...
Bright side, your allergies going great.
Would much love that right now.
Yeah, fair for most of the day. In the afternoon, literally afternoon, it starts getting a little cloudy, a little cast over, but otherwise not bad, not bad. But otherwise, peaceful travels, my dudes. You rest that night. I've already pre-rolled. Guess what? Fucking peaceful. Woo!
Fantastic.
And early the next day, we'll arrive back at Oleg's. Just much quieter now.
Oh yeah, I bet.
So much quieter. So, 29th, you are traveling back. The 30th, you are traveling back. And on the last day of the month, on the 31st, last day of the year, in fact, you arrive back at Oleg's.
Woo!
We get to celebrate a holiday for the first time in
Yeah.
peace.
Yeah. Would you look at that? Yeah, it is the night of the Pale and the Turning Day and the Final Day. None of those sound ominous at all.
Yeah, nope, not at all.
No. Which I don't believe any of those are relevant to y'all, but I'm gonna do a quick reopening of my holiday tag and just make sure. Because it mentions where and who. So, just gonna make sure none of that applies to anybody. Yeah, no, doesn't look it. Looks like y'all should be good.
Woo!
That's first rain. Yeah, no. Doesn't mention any of them. So, yeah, just last day. No, nothing for y'all. So,
Cool.
but Philana's pretty excited. She makes some, especially now that there's just so many fewer people, she's able to concentrate a little more and make some stuff. Roll all of y'all, just as you're coming back in and stuff. Make a quick perception check for me.
26.
Gotcha.
25, natural 20.
Okay. Not so good, huh, Slate? You don't notice. Yeah. The two of you notice, however, as you're kind of looking around, somebody's missing. Colin.
Mother trucker.
He is not here.
Shit.
Once Sakura sees that, she's gonna try to find Keston and
Up on the ramparts as usual.
Yeah. Keston, is everything okay? I'm noticing that Colin isn't here.
That's because he left.
What? I mean, I guess that's fair enough, but he just left or like, nothing happened though, is what I'm trying to ask. He just left of his own accord.
Yeah. He packed his belongings, what little there was, and he left. Same day as you did.
I see.
I would have stopped him, but
No.
you were all free to go. So, he chose to leave. Not my business what happens thereafter. As long as he doesn't make it my business.
No, I understand. I just... my initial worry was that something had happened, but if he left of his own accord, then, well, I wish him luck. Did you happen to see which way that he went, though? Like, he didn't.
West.
Okay.
Looked like you was headed for the trees. Beyond that, I wouldn't know.
No, that's okay. I wasn't sure if he had. Well, I mean, I'm sure that we would have noticed him if he followed us, but. That's good to know. Everything else here has been okay, though? Like.
Been quiet.
Yeah. It's gonna be weird coming back here and not seeing everybody, but. At least this is a good first step forward with, getting them out of here and, getting them a place of their own.
So I take it your excursion was successful? Good to
I
hear.
would say so, yeah. Got them started, got them on their way, and everybody seems to be happy. That's good. Time will tell if it's truly successful, but I have every confidence it will be. But
Did you say something? It didn't come through.
Good to hear.
so, it's probably a stupid question, but now that you don't have them around, she kind of gives like a nervous grin, but like, so what are you guys gonna do with yourselves? I mean, no, obviously you have a job that you're here for, but
That is pretty much what we plan to do.
I guess
That's what we're here for.
I know. I guess well, I guess I meant more of like in your free time and, I'm sorry.
You're not used to how these things work.
For the most part.
When you join the guards, there is no such thing as free time. You're on call 24/7. If you're needed, they call you. Doesn't matter if you're with a family member, child, putting out a fire. The guard captain calls you, says we need you in, you go. Just because we're a little ragtag band of them doesn't change. Just means it's easier to get them accounted for. Because I can count that high at least.
Alright. She thinks for a moment. It sounds in some ways it sounds hard and trying, but at the same time I imagine that it must at least give you purpose. And I remember being at home and having a schedule and knowing what things were, whereas I wouldn't say a happy thing, but it made me feel at least content.
I'm like that. You know what your job is. You know what you're out to accomplish. You get the job done. You do it right the first time, or they ream you ass, you do it again. Assuming they don't demote you. Out here, a little more comforted about that one. It's hard to yell at myself. Not impossible, but hard.
Yes. Thank you for all of you've done and for everything that I know that you're going to do here protecting Oleg's and whatnot. And but I realize when I first asked you to help the bandits, I guess I appreciate that you did so. They needed it a little bit, but
They needed it a lot. Just to clarify.
I mean, it wasn't your job to
No, it
teach
wasn't.
that, but you did. I'm sorry I didn't consider that when I asked, but again, I appreciate that you did. Anyways, I won't keep you distracted much longer, but I'm glad everything's going well.
Understood.
And she'll kind of, you know, give kind of like a little bow and hurry along her way.
Back to his watch. Alright, who's next?
Grogan wants to talk to Haps.
Oh, okay. That should be fun. God, I have to pull out Hap's voice now. Alright, I know. I got it in my head. Okay. See if I can pull this out. He's doing something, that's for sure. God. Now that he's alone, that's the thing, is like he's a little bit limbo, because now that he's alone, it's pretty much to stay out of trouble. But they kind of don't trust him to do anything by himself. So they probably got him, I don't know, chopping firewood or something. I'd say, yeah, probably chopping firewood. That seems pretty low maintenance.
Grogan will grab some water and go over to Haps. Set it down, take a break for a second.
He kind of like looks over at you and then shrugs and acts into the, the big stump that you chop it on.
Grogan will hand him the water.
He drains it. So what do I owe the pleasure?
Call it
You okay,
bemusement. Call it bemusement and a little bit of surprise to still see you here.
Ah, fair enough. Why should I have turned tail like Colin?
I just want to know why you're here.
Where else would I go? I got beat up by a bunch of girls. Not exactly high on the Stag Lord's keep list.
That's fair and understandable.
Certainly not headed north. They're all fucks.
Also understandable.
And Balkan would probably try to blow me up.
Fair point there, too. Your companions, previous companions, they don't speak poorly of you, but they certainly don't speak highly of you.
There it is.
But what they do say is that you're a man who's capable. little bit of an opportunist. I'm going to give you an opportunity. I have no fucking reason to.
True.
But if what I've heard about you, despite the snafu of getting beaten by a couple of girls, is true, you've got more to offer than what they're letting you do here. I'm on an expedition east, searching for lost colonies east of Brevoy. I need capable people with skills who have no reason to stay here. And the way we do it on ship is anything we find, we split evenly. Curious, is there any interest?
Going out to unknown lands under the order of someone I barely know. Can't say it's exactly appealing, but it's not being dead.
It's completely fair. I realize we know nothing about each other.
I would say it's a no, but it's definitely not a yes.
25 cents motive, by the way.
He is grateful for the not dead part. But admittedly, when you said you had an opportunity, there was like that little like, oh really? And it's like, oh. He feels like he's being wasted here.
To this point, it's myself and Milty. I need a map maker, somebody to document and chronicle what we do and see. But beyond that, I need somebody who can scout and handle themselves in a fight. Right now, you're my best option.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
The best part of it is I don't think you're a bad option.
Flattered. Maybe a little.
Should be. I've raided with the land of the Lindworm King's best warriors.
And like you can see, like he actually knows kind of a little bit what you're talking about there. Like at least it registers. He's like, oh, okay. There's like a little respect.
If you go with me as an equal, not as a servant.
How's this then? If no better opportunity turns up, I'm your man.
It seems fair.
Well, if something better comes up, fuck off. And so will I.
Sure. Completely fair. I am curious though, when you go into a fight, what do you prefer to use?
Double check, I believe I know, but I just want to double check his he's a bowman. That's his preferred method.
Perfect. I'll make sure we acquire one of those before we head off.
Appreciate that.
In the meantime, keep staying out of trouble, and I'll make sure they don't treat you like shit.
I think I can do that.
And he'll extend his hand to shake his hand.
He shakes it back, and it's firm.
And then Grokon will grab the axe and start splitting wood.
Fair enough.
Take a break.
Gladly. But you find actually he doesn't wander off. He just kind of leans against the side of the building. Stays there though. Casual convo. Nothing particularly interesting, but just kind of generalized, you know. Nothing you don't already know is basically what I'm saying. But
Sure.
you at least seem not to have made an enemy of him.
That's a plus.
Slate.
I want to go find Svetlana.
She is in her usual spot in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's what she
You'll
do.
notice a trend with this, obviously.
Wild guess what's gonna happen here. But she's
Yeah.
making buns.
Is he making buns?
She's making cute little buns with like a little
Uh,
fruit in the middle.
He's gonna try to assist her as he talks to her. Or they are gonna try to assist her as they talk to her. Not sure how well that's gonna go. But
It's like you just press it right in the middle, honey. That's all you gotta do.
it's been a while since I've done cooking. Oh,
That's why I'm giving you the easy job.
appreciate that. So, Svetlana,
Yeah.
you seem to be really close with Sakura, and we're really close with Kanako to an extent, from what I've noticed. And I know it would be kind of speaking out of line at this point, and you can tell he's taking more of a respectful tone with her, for reasons. I don't want to speak too far out of line here, but as a person who's planning on maybe eventually working further with them, is there anything I should know that I probably don't already know?
Ready? No? I think you'd have to be blind.
Yeah.
But
Fair.
say the big most obvious things is Mayne's a troublemaker. He's always gonna look for trouble. Trouble's gonna find him. He's like a lightning rod. You just smell the lightning around him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He goes looking for it too. That doesn't help much. It's kind of like when you're a soft touch and you're walking down the road and the kicked puppy always comes to you. He's like that, except with trouble.
That's definitely a detail I did not know about, but to be fair, I haven't messed with him much.
You can just tell about him. He tries to act all, you know, noble, but like disdained nobles as well. I think there might be trouble with his family. I know he went out to visit them, and I know they're from Brevoy. I know the name, which I can't remember his last name right now. Just go with it.
Okay.
But I know the family name. But you could still roll on it. I still have info. I just can't
Okay.
remember the actual name off the top of my head. I think it's Luthor. Is the last name?
I think so, yeah.
It sounds right. That's right. I have Roll20 open. DM who doesn't even know her players' names. Luthor. Yeah, the Luthor family. Yeah, you can roll not. They mostly trade in textiles. They live in the grasslands. They're, you know, not a high up family, but they're you know, lower nobility and stuff. So he's got a name, but it's very much House Luthor of the grasslands kind of vibe. So, because in Brevoy, basically the major families, of which there's either 7 or 8, I recall, are like the ones who actually were original founders. Any of the minor families essentially work for the major family.
Minor families. Okay.
So it's always
basically
house blank of wherever they live, the lands.
okay.
So they're that level, and mostly it's going to be via marriages, trade deals, merchants. Most nobility are some variety of traders and merchants. And his family does primarily textiles. There's rumor that some of his extended family out of the country might be a little shadier, which is why you've heard of it.
Which is why I would know.
Yeah, none of them are Brevoy, but you've heard that out like Caldor way, there's some shady ends of the family that like they don't associate with. But you know, hot goss.
Yeah. Which is what Slate's all about.
Yeah. So this is the respectable part of the family.
Oh fuck! I fucked this up. No.
I know.
That's why I have like 3 journals. I have one that I take quick notes in that I don't care if I mess them up, and then I have a neat journal that I keep like all the details in, and then I have like a personal journal of like Score's thoughts.
My only issue is my short-term memory is really crap. So I will forget details if I don't write it down right now. Interesting. That's I've heard of his family prior, but not too much. Just know what they deal in.
From Brevoy, but they asked him to go out to Restov is a little weird. What with all the tensions between the two. So that just seems a little odd to me. I think there might be some trouble there, but I haven't pressed.
I mean, you don't seem to be kind of the person that presses for things very often.
Oh no, I just act real nice till they open up to me naturally, and then I get everything.
Sometimes that's the only way to do it with some people.
You seem to be the type that understands that sort of thing.
More than you know. Huh.
Oh, probably.
So that's good to know, especially knowing that Mayin's a troublemaker. That's definitely something I would have needed to know eventually. What about Sakura?
Now, you mentioned you didn't want to speak out loud, and neither do I. So I say this without
Fair.
love and respect in the world, and it does not leave this hearth. I'm not even sure she's made to be out here, to be honest with you. I mean, she's a sweet girl. That's why I don't think so.
I mean,
could...
I can kind of see where you've got that type of perception about her.
I mean, she just... Honestly, she's just still a young girl who's lost her mama, and... I think she still needs to find herself before she goes taking on anything.
Do I know about her losing her mom? Do I know about her mom being dead, basically?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I would assume no.
Let me check back in these things. Hold on.
But yeah, as far as I'm tracking, no, she hasn't really talked about it.
Yeah, she hasn't talked about it. So, where's my notes?
I don't know.
Where'd they go?
What?
I have a blue tab specifically for this. Come here. There we go. Yeah, no, I have parent issues, but not...
Yeah. So yeah, Svetlana's just revealed one of them at least.
Yeah. I have parent issues under Kaneko.
Yeah.
Specifically.
But they have the same parents, amazingly enough.
Yeah, so.
It's one of those weird, rare cases where the sisters actually have the same parents. In Pathfinder.
I was not aware that her mother had passed.
I'm not sure exactly when. Lots of secondhand information. She didn't talk about it much. Not that I blame her.
No,
but
I definitely wouldn't either.
But from what I understand, their papa wasn't around much, and mama wasn't around after obvious reasons. And I worry that maybe she hasn't quite figured everything out before she's taken on a big ol' this. Now, to be fair, almost dying may have changed something.
I mean, you're right, because that was I could say that was a very traumatic experience, I'm sure, for her.
Yeah, so, I mean, she could surprise me, but at least Sakura that I have known up to this point has been a Sakura that is not prepared to take on the stolen lands.
Well, I'm also hoping that talks with Grokon have probably helped as well.
Maybe so. You two seem more adventurous. They seemed a little lost. Yeah.
To be fair, we've definitely had our travels over the years.
Precisely. So, I mean, there's always room for growth, but, a thylacine can't change its stripes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sure there will still be some things that she'll have a hard time with.
Exactly. But, I don't know. If she can manage it, then it'll be real impressive. And if not, it won't be surprising. That's how I feel about it anyway.
Yep. More surprising to see the change than it is to see the fall. I don't think there's anything else you would know involving anybody here.
I mean, anything I'd be willing to divulge.
Fair. And I'm not gonna push for it, I promise. I'm not that type of person to push for that information unless I need it.
Exactly.
But I appreciate this. This is good information for me to at least have to think about. Get the fuck off me, Fly. Fuck? Scared the shit out of me too.
I will say, he wasn't real open to me talking about it, but I wonder if he's just more formal around ladies. Keston's got some he wants to talk about, but I'm not quite sure what. You know,
Really?
when a man just wants to talk about something, but it's probably about his feelings, so he doesn't really want to talk about it.
That is, yeah. I have experienced that a few times.
Seen him this week, particularly kind of distracted. And he just mentioned he was thinking of somebody back home. But he didn't want to tell me any more about it and told me not to worry it. You know, he wouldn't let it interfere with his job. You know how they are.
Yeah.
So, if you or maybe Hirocon gets a chance, prod that a little bit. I don't think it's anything terribly important, but who knows?
I can always see what I can do in that matter.
Absolutely.
I had actually planned to eventually talk to him before, whether it was before or after we left or came back. So that gives me more of a reason to do it.
Sounds lovely.
And they'll just continue helping her.
Oh yeah, now that she's found a gossip, like
Yeah.
a person who takes notes knows things, she's like, so did you hear?
Yeah. And
Trade. Oh yeah.
They'll take in any information that she's willing to give.
Oh yeah, she'll tell like random shit that super doesn't matter, so we're not gonna worry about it. But like all sorts of random shit she overheard from the bandit boys, and like just all sorts of shit. If anything becomes relevant, I'll mention you heard it. But
okay.
But yeah, you just get some like tasty bits where it's like, you know, not literally, but it's like you know.
Did you know that Tony likes Sakura? Yeah, I did know that.
Did you know that Tony stuffs the front of his pants?
That would be...
He pulls a Jarrett. Dance, magic dance, indeed.
But yeah, that would be the most of the conversation, and he would just, after he got done, they would note down the things.
Yeah. One thing you do learn that actually might be somewhat relevant is you do actually confirm that Haps is superstitious about Fae.
Oh yes!
Because I know that's something when I talked about that we were going to bring up. Svetlana is aware of this.
Oh yes.
She would mention that for you during this conversation. She's like, you and that like she had mentioned that she had taken Pearl of Ash before in one of the previous conversations. I think with Sakura. Yeah. And just like in passing, she had mentioned it, and he got spooked. He does not like Fae.
Noted. I'm gonna keep
there
that in mind.
There you go.
The prankster in me likes the thought.
All right. Round 2, if anybody has things. If not, we'll just get to the end of the night.
I mean, Grokon will follow up with Keston. And Oleg, realistically, since we just set up a settlement. But after chopping wood for an hour or so, and talking back
you
and forth
probably
with
each
Haps,
have room for like one more scene before dinner.
Sure.
Just to make timeline work.
Yep. I will definitely go talk to Keston first.
Okay. He's on a different part of our
chopping-
effort.
Perfect.
He's like Hawkman, just up there. Caw-caw! Caw-caw!
I was not ready for the caca.
Is he still watching this? I don't know. Make a roll. I rolled a... Yep, still there.
Fucking crows.
You know, he'd be up in the crow's
So-
nest on a ship.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, so Grokon will walk up to Keston. How's it going?
About as well as when you left, but much quieter.
I hope that relieves some of the burden you had.
God, yes.
I've offered Haps the opportunity to travel east with me when I head out of here in the spring.
I won't be sorry to see him go.
I know. But the fact that he's still here strikes me as he's looking for something.
Fair enough.
I got a natural 20 sense motive on Keston, just to like read his countenance.
He does not like Haps.
Right, but like even beyond that, like, is there anything weighing on him?
He's a little distracted. I'll definitely say that. You do notice the distraction that you don't know Svetlana mentioned.
Yeah. You get that look in your eye the way a captain does when they feel a storm coming on. Can't see it yet, but something's bothering you.
Fair enough. Let the DM scroll to that part of the book. 'Cause that's up the fuck there. Whee! Yeah, good. Keep it.
I would have thought coming back after a week of you not having that ragtag group of needing to keep track of, you'd be in better spirits.
Me too, but I guess they were a decent distraction.
From what?
The part the DM is scrolling for. There it is. I was sent out here, not just to escort my aim, or just guard. I was already kind of, on the outskirts of approval.
Grokon will cock an eyebrow.
There's this seamstress, weaver, Tanya, out in Brevoy. And you see, like, unintentionally, like, his eyes will focus a little bit, and actually he seems to relax just a tiny bit. And she, doesn't do any of that fancy stuff, but she can mend, take in, fix just about anything you can think of. With a needle and a thread. And, but son of the, great Garess family, lowborn girl, you can see the problem. I didn't. But, my grandfather, or my DM getting confused. Yeah, the patriarch saw a problem. And, sent me out so I wouldn't bring further shame to the family.
Do you mind if I speak freely?
I'm not your boss.
Where I come from, you generally have to win somebody's heart through combat. But your battle prowess is a whole hell of a lot more important than where you were born. What I'm trying to make is, while I may never truly understand the essence of nobility, when you know who the person is for you, you fight for it.
I'm not even sure she'd have me anymore. Truth be
If I
told.
learned anything from Brother Jihad, We don't get the chance to build the community we want unless we try. You're already down here.
A fair point.
You're already on the outs. Why live in misery if you can take a chance at getting what you want?
Fair enough. I'll think about that.
I know Sakura writes letters back to Reveille on occasion. I don't know to who. But maybe the next time the post goes out, you send something with it?
Alright.
Now, on to bigger problems. More pressing problems, not bigger problems. What are your thoughts on expanding your barracks and potentially recruiting more people?
Be as as the previous ones?
No.
I'm listening.
Between Silk Hollow, that's what we're calling the little settlement we've got the boys making, and this place that needs more trade and economy to keep things floating. It's probably not the worst idea. When ships need sailors, they put up calls to sail. Why not petition anybody willing and wanting to join what we're doing?
Certainly worth a try.
Based on what you just told me, you're still the son of a Garess. And from what I understand of that family, it is well respected. And from what I know of you, you're a capable combatant. People like strong captains.
Appreciate that.
Leverage what you're good at, Keston. Leverage what you're good at. And Kana leave him to his thoughts and walk back down off the ramparts.
Notes.
No,
Silk Hollow. There's notes. All of the notes I've taken in between. Between the calendar and now. 1 second. I only need a brief note there. Okay, next scene.
I would like to try to go and find Oleg.
Oleg is doing math.
Oh, that poor man.
He is mathing in his meeting office room, and very much a head in his hands, ink on his fingers. He's working his way through it. It just may take a little time, but he's going through the books.
Is everything okay?
Where the did I drop the 3? Sorry, where the fuck did I drop the 3? What can I help you with?
I just wanted to get some advice, so to say.
I'm bad at it.
Trading advice.
I'm better at it.
With the settlement getting started over, she'll kind of gesture in the direction that Silk Hollow is. Well, it made me realize a bunch of things, but
Such as you have no idea how to start trading in a settlement that doesn't exist yet?
a little bit, yes.
Wild guess. With all due respect, you don't seem to know much.
That's fair enough. I'm trying
Good.
to learn, so
Better.
that's why I'm here.
Adequate.
I know that from what I've seen, and especially here in winter, that, normally furs and skins would be probably the wisest of things to trade in, but
You're wrong.
what would be then?
Here's the thing. You're not wrong, but you're wrong. We got hunters and traders who've been doing this for years and are established lines of trade already in these lands. The men you got are none of these things. They're not traders. They're not furriers. They barely even met half of them. And they certainly have no idea about trade. We got lumber aplenty. Lumber is always in demand, especially in the winter times, to keep everything warm. Cook and fire year round. What you've got, primary thing you've got, I would say, is land. Is the space. That's something not everybody has and is in high demand in Brevoy. I would say start selling plots of land. Sell opportunity. That's what you got plenty of. And you don't need a clue how to do that, you just have to speak real pretty. Because it's whatever they make of it, and if they fail, that's on them. No risk, high reward. Once you start having a clue how to do things, then you can start establishing.
I guess that makes
Maybe you get lucky and someone will come in who has an actual trade.
I mean, that does make sense.
I know. I won't turn down the furs or anything, mind you. The fact that they're not a high commodity doesn't mean they aren't a commodity. They're worth coin. Any furs they get, I will happily make business. But it's not going to be anything that'll bring in anything impressive. They just don't have the necessary environment for anything worth high coin.
I can understand that. Though, and I guess I could request information regarding that, but in your opinion then, what would a good plot of land sell for?
Not currently have that information, but pretend he inserts a very expensive sounding but reasonable number right about here.
Okay.
But since you don't know anything about land selling and whatnot, it doesn't sound very reasonable to you, but he assures you what it is. Because realistically, that's going to go into our kingdom building system, and
Yeah.
that's worth other things, so don't worry about it. Mechanically, it's skill points and such.
Gotcha. I guess the other thing that I'm curious of would be what sort of common things I guess make sense. Like we found a vein of pyrite out in the plains. And obviously there could be things that could be made and sold with the ore. lumber and food obviously are other things, and again the furs and meats that you get from hunting. What should I be keeping an eye out though that isn't quite common to keep an eye on in mind for that would be good for trade?
Current, anything you can get your hands on, common or otherwise. Again, you need the ability to establish yourself enough to create a trade that will therefore buy anything uncommon that you find. That's why currently you're working through me. I already have those established ties. So for now, anything you get your hands on is good enough. If you find anything exceptional, we can rediscuss the matter.
I can understand that. Would there be any other advice that you would give to keep in mind, or?
Oh, of course, the usual advice I give everyone who asks that question. Grow up hair and fuck off. I'm not exactly like my wife. I'm not a people person. Have you met people? They suck. So, grow a backbone, get your shit done, and get the fuck out of my trading post. You're welcome here until then.
Thank you.
With all due respect.
No, it's fair enough. And she'll kind of bob her head and turn to leave.
There's the fucking three. I like Oleg.
I want to go find Grokon. Because this is what he does with his intel that he gathers. He's gonna find Grokon and be like, "So, I've gathered more information. Would you like to know?"
Yeah, Grokon will nod up to one of the corners away from where Keston's at. Head that direction.
Yep, follow. So while we were, when we get there, he'll go. So while we were at the camp, I decided to ask a few people about information about, you know, the people that they had prior, as much as I could. So apparently, Saren, one of their mates prior, was of Fey origin. Ami was apparently very prickly and rough around the edges type person. Apparently, I'm gonna say this, but worse, way worse.
I'm not bad.
No, you're not bad. That's why I said way worse. You're at least able to hold a conversation with Sakura. Apparently, this one.
Oh, that's what you mean by me, but worse. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that was interesting. Jihad, I don't know what you know about him, but apparently the group is kind of didn't really treat him well in the beginning. Or, well, I guess he did something that ticked off the group. And that was a mess.
Well, that makes some sense based on the first conversation I had with him. Interesting.
Really. The Iron Flowers, and I know this is going back a week. The Iron Flowers, from what I know, are a, as she said, merchant bodyguards. But the guy that like heads this, I've heard a lot about, but also not a lot about. With the work that I did prior to meeting you and coming into this, he was definitely a whisper and a gossip that happened quite a bit, and was a if you need a specific thing done type person, but never known what the specifics were. So I don't know more information on that, but I'd keep an eye on for Kanako in the future, depending on what exactly their dad does within the Iron Flowers.
I will have to admit, I don't fully follow everything that you're saying.
It just seems like there is something very suspicious and an undertone to what this man did. And if that's... Did they tell me their father's name? They didn't say their father's name, did they? Did you? No. I just know that there is a man within the thing.
Well, would they know? Because I did say that he was the owner of the Iron Flowers.
You'd be he's the owner, and I certainly mentioned it that his name is Hoji.
Uh-huh.
I'm fine if you know that.
Okay, so yeah, I would technically know that that's...
Yeah, because people would refer to him that
Gotcha.
way. So that way, like specific. It wasn't the Iron Flowers will take care of the thing. It was
It's
him
him.
specifically.
Okay,
So if you need
I
this
just
thing
wanted-
done, talk to Hoji.
Yeah. So basically, there was a specific thing that needed to be done. If there was a specific thing that needed to be done, you talk to him personally. But from what I know, he doesn't deal with people or things. He doesn't take jobs often. And so, with that being their father, it's got me a little worried of what all he actually does. And Kanako's going back to help him, which worries me just a little bit more.
Well, I mean, keep your guard up, but
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm kind of going with, is like, keep it in the back of your mind just in case. I don't really see Sakura doing anything, but Kanako going back, and the chances of any of us running into it, it would just, be safe situation. I think I have more of an idea of what's going on with Mayim. Not 100% yet, so I still need to ask some questions. But apparently he has a burn mark on his chest of a handprint.
okay. Interesting. I mean, and Grokon's aware of spells like Burning Hands and other
Yeah,
evocation spells, so like maybe it's just in his mind, maybe it's just a battle injury.
yeah.
But
And see,
okay.
and that's kind of like why Slate's kind of like not 100% sure yet. I'm not sure, but it was after their altercation, which I believe is when they told us that the allergy was apparent.
Could be completely unrelated.
True, fair. But Tony did say that he noticed it after the fact. So,
Oh my God, Slate's a conspiracy theorist.
yeah. Just something to keep in mind.
Okay.
Along with the thing about Mayim is, apparently he's a troublemaker. Apparently he's not the wise and noble-like character that he's been presenting.
Slade, I respect your ability to observe the world around you, but need I remind you, he was escorted down here by 4 guards.
No.
Clearly, he's a troublemaker.
You know what? You're right. I should have already kind of got that, but this confirmed it for me even more. But on top of that, what was his last name? Luthor? He is from the Luthar family that deals in textiles. and I know that they have family out near Taldori.
Taldor.
Yes.
Yeah,
Taldor.
just Taldor.
That are kind of shady. So, kind of concerning. Oh, so the funny thing I found out. Hold up, no, let's go. I've got something hilarious that I want to do, and I might need your help with it.
Well, this is a change of
Well-
tone. What's up?
So Haps, which I don't blame him for certain reasons, but I think it would be funny, is superstitious of the Fae.
And I'm a sailor, and I'm superstitious of everything.
Yeah, true. And that's why I said it's not. It's also not surprising because I know a lot of people are probably suspicious of the Fae. I'm just a curious person. But that was an interesting thing for me to find out.
Look, again, Slate,
With-
like the fuckery we've observed in terms of the
I mean, you're
Tear.
right. Oh,
Oh,
we're losing, Jake.
Jake.
You
Maybe-
started dying. You
yeah.
went robo.
Can you hear me now?
Seems to be better.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Which made me wonder. It was more of a wonder of how has this man lived in a forest literally filled with Fae activity?
Very cautiously and superstitiously.
Fair. I'll give you that. You're you know? Yeah. No, you're right.
Sometimes it is just the simple answer. Now, you mentioned a prank. I love pranks. What are we doing?
So, while this has been going on, with our travels and everything, I've had some interactions with Fae. To take it lightly, you know? And, I think if I'd have to think about it because I haven't fully decided this and I just got this information, so I need to really think the plan out a little bit.
I already have an idea.
Do you? Oh, I'm all for it. Let's go.
I mean, my understanding of Fae is that sometimes they like to leave messages.
Yes, you're right.
I can move a pencil without being within 30 feet of it. I just need you to keep his attention for about 10 seconds. And when he turns back around to whatever he was doing, he might notice something. But we can't do anything too crazy because I
No,
don't
I
really
wouldn't.
want him to leave.
Fair. And I'm all for that. I'm not talking like something to absolutely scare this man into the hills kind of thing. Just something fun. And if you are talking about what I think you're talking about and he'll open his book and look through it, like, I think I can have, I also have that spell as well.
Then maybe I'll talk to him and you can do it.
Well, I have an idea of what I could draw.
Play get help.
Play get help. I have an idea of what I could draw in the meantime.
Okay. Okay. All right. When,
Outside of that, there's not much other information. I mean, the only last thing I really have is something up with Keston that Svetlana is worried about. Kind of seems distracted, and Sakura and Kaneko's mom passed before them coming out here.
That explains a lot. But I can answer your Keston question.
Oh? What's going on with him?
I finally learned why he's here.
Intriguing.
Mayne's not the only person of Brevik nobility that got sent down here as punishment.
Keston was too.
Apparently he's of House Garess.
Oh.
Like, of House Garess. And man fell in love in the marketplace. While I don't understand these ridiculous noble restrictions,
Makes two of us.
apparently his parents weren't happy, and he's now down here because they're ashamed.
Side note,
So-
because of your background, Slate, if you'd like to roll a knowledge nobility
Yes.
on Keston and his family, you may do so.
Especially because it's House Garess, and I'm like,
Right, exactly. Because Keston is not like a super like uncommon name, so
That's a good roll.
that was cool.
27. It was a 19
Oh, yeah.
on the die.
Realizing
And I have
that,
a
like I said, Keston is like not a super uncommon name, so like it
Yeah.
made sense that you didn't like put it together. But like realizing that this is Keston Garess, like you're talking, you're like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Keston Garess is the son of Evan Garess. Evan Garess is the cousin of Howlin Garess. Howlin Garess is the current head of House Garess. So Keston got disowned. He's the nephew of the ruling patriarch of the house. This is not just he's of House Garess. No, really, like of House. No. As in, he was one of the heirs of House Garess. Which does make, even if you like don't agree with it, that
Yeah.
makes the whole he fell in love with someone of common birth make
Yeah,
a lot more
a lot
sense.
more sense. Yeah.
Because he should have had a political marriage.
Yes.
So the fact that he may have refused that or something and disgraced himself with a common woman, it's like, oh,
So
that
this
makes
is-
way more sense now.
This is not sent out here. This is exile.
You know from talk, he has been disowned. They have removed him from the family tree. He does not exist. He's been serious blacked.
Yeah, he's been blacked out.
Yeah. This is not just like you know from that basically he got this was a few years ago now, and rumor had it that he ran off, basically in shame, was sent off to Restov and worked as a mercenary, which is a significant downgrade for a noble. And then basically he got called back and came back only to find out that he was now escorting someone else in a similar position down here and being exiled as well as disowned.
You just see Slate kind of go.
Yeah, like the pieces fall together, especially the DC was 25 and you like, all the places fall into place. You're like, oh shit, that Keston. Oh.
Oh. No.
What?
So, you said House Garess, right?
Additional info, sorry, this again with the Howlin had a son. That should have been the heir.
Something
This
happened
gives-
pretty fun.
With the disappearance of House Regarvia that happened 20 years ago, that is like the big mystery of Brevoy.
Yeah.
So did the Golishkin dwarfs, who are the mountains in
Yeah.
House Grasslands. His son was visiting them at the time and disappeared with them. So there is no heir. Keston would have been next in line. Because he is the next male of the line. So he
Yeah.
was, until Howlin's son returned, it would have gone to Keston directly.
So
Because it would have passed his dad.
Yeah. It would have passed his dad to his son. Yeah.
Right.
I'm from the Brevoy area. If that wasn't kind of apparent with the information I've been able to gather, but I'm from the Brevoy area. And House Garess is led by Howland Garess right now. Keston is his nephew.
Oh,
And was the heir for House Garess.
Hmm.
This was before
Well, then I think-
Howland's son disappeared.
well, that's unfortunate, but I think Keston might have lucked out.
I mean, I guess it would depend on the way you want to see it. He's basically disowned. He's blacked out from the family, from what I know.
I mean, well, that's
I mean,
unfortunate. I'm on a journey where I'll probably never see mine ever again.
I mean,
So,
that's also fair.
I mean, at this point, I think he needs to choose to live the life that he wants.
No, I agree. I think if, especially if he's disowned and just blacked out from the family line, like, live whatever life he wants. Let him be with the seamstress then. Like, there's
That's
no
what I
point
told
in-
him.
You did? Nice. I think he deserves that. At the very least, especially after all of this, like that.
I'm getting the vibe of everything around here that this is a place of opportunity for people to form their lives into what they want it to be. You included.
Coming out that way.
It's a fresh start. We can conquer it and not die along the way. It's ours to do with what we want.
As you say that, you see him kind of close the book and kind of rub his arm a little bit. Yeah, it definitely is a type of fresh start for everyone in the long run. I just, it's so frustrating that because a man fell in love, he's exiled or disowned or whatever. Like, nobles, I hate nobles. If that's not apparent. Like, to an extent, there's some nobles out there, you know, I enjoy. But others, I just can't understand the politics behind some things like that. I guess that's why I prefer to work in intel aspects.
That's why the people who rule us are the only ones that can conquer Linorms.
Fair.
Prove your merit. Prove your value. You don't get to be born into anything.
Yep. That's... I'm mixing my barbarian up right now. My barbarian's the same way. That is a fair, And see, and I like the way that's done. Like, that's a whole different aspect. To an extent. I'm obviously
agree.
not well equipped to fight for things in the way that your kind usually do.
Sure.
But it's definitely a lot better than what I've seen.
We have a very know your role. And know what you're good at. And bring value to your community. If the guys on ship who are responsible for raising and lowering the sail don't do it well, the ship turns unnecessarily. Especially in bad weather. If the rowers don't row at an even rate and somebody is out of line, we don't row correctly. If the farmers don't farm and the medicine people don't make medicine, society falls apart. But the beauty of what we do is we get to chase the passions that we want to chase, as long as we bring value. Not everybody wants to be a Linorm king, because to do it you have to step into the den of a Linorm.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to do that on their bad day.
But much like we have here, we have the opportunity to do what we want.
Yep.
As long as we bring value. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's why we have Silk Hollow. That's why I gave perhaps the opportunity to join me when I make my journey east. Give people value, and they stop being shitheads.
Yeah. I think a lot of people have don't realize that it's easy to get people to do what you want if you give them value. It's just having the right amount or price.
Agreed.
Anyways,
So.
That's pretty much the info I have. I didn't know that about Keston, but that's good info to know now. If I ever plan to talk to him. Wow.
Give him a couple days before you approach that subject.
No, I don't plan to approach that specific subject for reasons, because if it's been kind of taken care of for the moment, I'm not gonna worry about it, but and I'm not sure when we plan to leave, so.
Figure we take a couple days, rest the muscles,
Okay.
and then we'll get back out.
Then I'll approach him before we leave, because as I've seen it, getting the information I can is from the people that's been around them, and Keston has been around Maine a little bit more than they have.
Sure.
Uses
I think we'll learn about Maine when he gets back.
I plan to still I plan to still talk to Maine and Sakura eventually. I work on the outside and then my way in. It's always been my trade.
Well, right now Maine's not here and he's not the threat or the target.
No, you're right.
So, for me, it's about where we're going next, and it's about keeping us alive along the way.
Something I don't really have to worry about. I just gotta make sure I have the right spells up.
Food?
Food, yes, please.
And he'll walk his way back down the ramparts.
Yeah. All this gossiping with Svetlana was definitely tiring in some regards. I'll follow him.
All right. So real quick check-in. How are we feeling, folks? Do we want to keep going for a while or start wrapping it up for the night?
Just because we only have 1 week left before we should have Matt back, I'm not keen on playing extra tonight so that we can lengthen.
Then I have one more scene and then we'll wrap for the night. Cool?
Yep.
Just to, start your year off right, So, you guys have a pretty nice night. The buns come out lovely. They're tasty and soft and sweet. They're just like a sweetbread. It's nice. Goes well with everything. There's, some light drinking. Svetlana declines most of it. She has like 1 glass. But overall, it's a small, little gathering, but there's levity to it, and it's nice. And you cheer off the old year and prepare for the new. And morning comes. It's a very chilly morning. Temperature has sunk a little bit, and actually there's a scattering of snow and ice crystals. Not thick, heavy snow, just a solid, sprinkling that lowers visibility. But stays around freezing all day. It's just that kind of morning. And you guys mill about your day a little bit. Late morning, bit before lunch. One of the guards up top, we'll say it's Grady, calls that he sees someone on the horizon. Single rider. Riding slow. And takes him a good while to get there. Low visibility doesn't make it easy, certainly. But a single rider approaching. Anyone who wants to check that out, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
23.
7.
Just gonna tell you right now, Sakura, you don't notice anything.
22.
Okay, our 2 above 20s. It does take you a while before the rider comes within view enough. Again, limited visibility. But there's something strange about the shape of him that catches you. He's fairly thin, but he has antlers. Keeps coming. Once he gets within reasonable shouting distance, Grady calls out to him, and there's no reply. Grady calls it. Again, no reply. He just keeps coming, slowly.
Grokon will hurry to put his armor on.
Certainly with the approach, at this pace, you have the time. But,
And he will prepare, he will be down at the base of the entrance to meet this gentleman or rider if they get close enough.
I'm gonna sit on top and be able to see where Grokon is, just in case.
Would
Went and grabbed my scrolls just in case. It's all.
would I know that? Well, I mean, I guess that I would if I see that Grokon's putting an armor
He's wearing
on.
his armor.
it's hard for you to see the antlers. I think you do see there's a person riding.
Okay.
And then hearing them call out, get ready and stuff. You're aware that this person is oncoming. You don't get a clear spot. You don't notice the antlers or anything is really the thing.
Gotcha.
You just know it's somebody.
Then Sakura's gonna come down and grab her rapier.
And by the time all this sets up, he's considerably closer. Up top, it's a little harder to see, even though the angle is better.
Mhm.
But his head is kind of leaned forward slightly, kind of against the wind. Do you guys open the gate and prepare to go out or anything, or are you just waiting inside the closed gate?
I'm gonna give Grady the opportunity to get a verbal acknowledgement before we open anything.
Calls out again, no answer. And
Sakura's
he seems
gonna-
kind of unsure what to do. Like, this guy's not answering.
Is he just sitting at the gate? Is that where the guy's
No,
at?
he's approaching, but the horse is walking very slowly.
Okay, still approaching.
Yeah.
Sakura's going to look to Grokon because she didn't get a clear sight of him and whatnot. Well, what do you think we should do?
Reason to open the gate yet. If he wants to seek shelter, he can call out. Or at least give indication. Lone rider, wearing what looks to be antlers.
Goes up top and pulls out a spyglass, actually. And you expect him to call out pretty quickly, like, oh, this is what it looks like or something. He gets very, very quiet. And you up top, Slate, hear him tell Grady, open the gate. He's no threat. Not anymore.
Slate's just gonna look at him and be like,
Grady comes down.
and then I will send a message, I'll cast message, and send it to Grokon. Be like, they're planning on opening a gate. They said he's no threat, not anymore. They're on their way down.
And Grady's
Grokon will still put his
trotting down.
Grokon will still put his shield on his left arm. He
Grady
doesn't draw
comes.
his Tribuchi yet, but he puts a shield on.
Grady will repeat that Keston said, open the gate, he's not a threat. And go about opening the gate. And by this
I'll help
point,
him open it.
They are too, by the way.
Same.
Yeah.
And keep in mind,
and by this point he's close enough, and you realize the reason he's not a threat is because that man is dead. fairly slight man,
Then
built, like I said, pretty scrawny. But you don't have to be, heavily muscular to be a cartographer. They've sewn a stag's head over his own, and there's a deep cut straight down his torso, and his body is misshapen. There's a soft clinking sound as the horse steps.
I will go grab Colin off of the horse.
He's heavy, unexpectedly so. And you see the stitches that are basically on his bloated chest cavity pull taut, and there's a glint of silver inside.
I will cut him open.
They've filled his chest cavity, all his ribs and everything. All the organs have been removed, and it's filled with silver stag amulets. He's been tied to the horse and sent as a message.
Sakura is going to look very angry. And basically draws her rapier and thrusts it into the wood of the gate.
Grokon will stand up, holler for Habs. Get some shovels.
Even
And then he will.
witnessing what
and
has
then he'll look-
happened, he does not argue at all. Doesn't even say anything.
And then I'll look at Grady and say, get the horse in the stable.
Yeah, the horse looks pretty traumatized and cold.
I'll use prestidigitation to clean off the horse, whatever's on it.
Yeah, it does not seem to be harmed. It doesn't look like this was done atop it or anything.
That's good.
But it still had a corpse tied to it for a while, so it's a
Yeah.
horse.
Yeah.
And just tired.
And I will proceed to carry the body around to the side of the wall, away from where Keston and his guys have their little hut, so that we can bury him.
Keston comes
And then-
down to help. And the
Um,
one thing he does is he takes out a small knife and turns the head, and you can see there's pretty much the same rough stitches in the skin of the stag's head, and he cuts those free. He looks a bit beaten, but he's at least recognizable. And yes, it is completely, clearly Colin.
Yeah, Grokon will take 10 or 20, whatever he's allowed to do, to search
Y'all are
Colin's
allowed
body for anything else.
Yeah, you're not. The fact that the horse took that long to come in and everything, you assume there's no active threat. This is clearly a warning.
Yeah, he's looking for other messages or any other
Yeah.
items that they may have left.
No, he basically was sent back in his clothes. No cloak or anything. And no gear on him. Just what I have described.
Fun. So yeah, Grokon will start digging.
I'll assist. in that.
So was Sakura. The entire time she kind of looks pissed.
Happy New Year.
Oh.
And that's where we're going to tonight's session.
Once again, everybody, thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing!
Yeah.
I already know who I'm gonna raid, so if you guys can give me a few moments, I'll get that set up. But we're gonna go.
Are we rating who I think we're rating?
Rose?
Probably.
Or is that next week?
No, that's next week.
Okay, we already know who we're rating next week.
But I'm gonna go get that, and I hope to see you guys back again soon.
Play!